Chapter 1344. Li Zongjian continued. We also captured 2 captives. Would you like to see them? Lin Feng said. Bring them here. Very quickly, someone brought the captives over. When Lin Feng saw the 2 captives, he was surprised. He actually knew them. They were the great elder of the godly temple of the Wildlands, Wu Man, and the vice leader of the Soul Devourer Temple, Zhao Tian'er. Have you ever thought that you would end up in my hands? Asked Lin Feng indifferently. Winner takes all. Since we've fallen into your hands, we admit defeat. Said Wu Man gloomily. The annihilation of the demon slave army was a huge blow to him. The invincible demon slave army actually suffered such a blow. Even until now, Wu Man still found it hard to believe that this was real. What a great saying. Winner takes all. Said Lin Feng with his hands behind his back. Wu Man, as the great elder of the godly temple of the Wildlands, you should know the outcome of the Tianwu continent's invasion. The most recent one was in the Middle Ages, but it was only 20,000 years ago. Weren't the Tianwu continent destroyed? Even before that, the ancient era, and even the immemorial era, the Tianwu continent was invaded by the Tianwu continent. No, the Tianwu continent is different from ordinary planets. The Tianwu continent isn't a place that the Tianwu continent can touch. This time, it's destined to be the same. However, the godly temple of the Wildlands colluded with the Tianwu continent for a small benefit. The destruction of the godly temple of the Wildlands is only a matter of time. When the Tianwu continent is defeated, the godly temple of the Wildlands will disappear from the Tianwu continent. Wu Man's face turned as pale as a sheet of paper. The godly temple of the Wildlands had been passed down since the ancient era. Although it had gone through a few great changes and had disappeared for a while, it had still been passed down. But now, after hearing what Lin Feng had said, Wu Man's heart was filled with fear. It was the first time that he doubted the decision made by the godly temple of the Wildlands. Lin Feng looked at Zhao Tian'er. She had a seductive body and an enchanting face. Her entire body emitted a seductive qi. Purely in terms of figure and appearance, this woman could be called the best of the best. However, her personality was vicious and merciless. She killed people without batting an eyelid. She really had the heart of a snake and scorpion. In the past, because the Soul Devourer Palace was too evil, it caused a bloodbath in the divine prefecture of the Eastern County. Many people were plunged into misery and suffering. Many factions joined forces to besiege the Soul Devourer Palace. Although they did not destroy the Soul Devourer Palace, they had greatly damaged the Soul Devourer Palace's vitality. In the end, the Soul Devourer Palace escaped to the savage domain. Now that the heavenly demon had appeared, it was expected that the Soul Devourer Temple would seek refuge with the heavenly demon to make a comeback. Lin Gomzi, I'm willing to submit to you, but please spare my life. Zhao Tian'er looked at Lin Feng pitifully. Humph. Lin Feng sneered and said, I know very well what kind of person you are. Don't pretend to be pitiful in front of me. I won't fall for it. However, if I kill the 2 of you directly, it will be too easy for you. I've decided to convert you into my slaves. In the future, you will fight bravely for me and kill my enemies to atone for the heinous crimes you have committed. What? You want to convert us? No. Even if we die, we will never let you convert us. When Wu Man and Zhao Tian'er heard that Lin Feng wanted to convert them, they immediately screamed in horror. Once a cultivator was converted, he would be like a walking corpse. He would completely lose himself. What was the meaning of such a life? You want to die? Now is not the time for you to die. Lin Feng sneered and suppressed the 2 of them. They did not even have the chance to commit suicide. Both of you have pledged loyalty to the demon fetus. It seems that you have formed a soul imprint. In order to convert you, I have to destroy the demon fetus soul imprint first. However, this is not difficult for me. Lin Feng looked indifferent. Powerful magic power surged out and surged into the two's minds. He found a trace of the demon fetus soul imprint. The soul imprint left by the demon fetus did not pose any threat to Lin Feng. Lin Feng easily destroyed the soul imprint left by the demon fetus. Then, he used the great purification technique to convert Wu Man and Zhao Tian'er. The two of them were very powerful. One of them was at the 9th level of the rebirth realm, while the other was at the 8th level of the rebirth realm. They could be called top-notch experts. Lin Feng did not mind converting experts like them for his own use. Master, after being converted, Wu Man and Zhao Tian'er bowed to Lin Feng. Lin Feng nodded and asked, 3 demon slave legions have entered the East Divine Prefecture. What about the other 2? Zhao Tian'er replied, Master, one of the other 2 demon slave legions is heading northeast, while the other is heading southeast. The southwest direction was towards Sun Moon City and Heaven Saint City. The northwest direction was towards Stone Iron City, Fallen Moon City, and other cities. Huang Shirlan was the city lord of Fallen Moon City. However, Lin Feng had already sent people to send Huang Shirlan, Shangguan Feier, Xiao Yifei, Su Zimo, and the others to the overseas world. Therefore, Lin Feng did not have to worry about Huang Shirlan's safety. Legion Commander, Lin Feng shouted softly. Here. The Bat King immediately bowed, slightly, and waited for Lin Feng's orders. Led half of the troops to stop the Demon Slave Legion in the northeast direction. Lin Feng said, Yes, Your Majesty. The Bat King received the order and immediately went to organize the troops. Lin Feng led another group of people to the southeast direction to stop the other Demon Slave Legion. Lin Feng let the Bat King control the ancient warship. With this war weapon, the Raging Flame Corps' strength would increase greatly. The ancient warship's restrictions and spirit stone cannons would definitely be very destructive. Lin Feng could restrict the restrictions and spirit stone cannons' attacks. This was because Lin Feng's methods were unpredictable. It would be extremely difficult to find a second cultivator who could restrict the ancient warship's restrictions and spirit stone cannons at the same time. The flag on the ancient warship had been changed to the Raging Flame Corps' flag. The Bat King organized the troops and stood on the ancient warship. He waved the battle sword in his hand and shouted, Get on the ship, the pig-faced bloodfly Bat King said. The cultivators of the Raging Flame Corps began to board the ancient warship one after another. Lin Feng specially assigned more than 30 Grand Elders of the Spirit Array Master Temple and Vice Temple Master Wang Yangzi to control the ancient warship. They had a deep understanding of spirit arrays. With them controlling the ancient warship, the true power of the ancient warship could be displayed. With a loud rumble, the ancient warship flew toward the northeast direction. Let's go. Lin Feng waved his battle sword. The Raging Flame Corps assembled, and he led the remaining cultivators to the southeast direction. Chapter 1345. Kill everyone in Sun Moon City. Don't let anyone escape. The deafening battle cries resounded through the clouds. The densely packed demon slave army charged towards Sun Moon City. The demon slave army was led by 4 powerful cultivators. They were the blood-eyed bull demon king, the 8-winged Yiksha king, the grand elder of the 1,000 evil sect, Xie Lufeng, the grand elder of the Wangtian sect, Sun Yunha. The Wangtian sect was originally ranked 3rd among the 10 great ancient powers in the 72 states. Its strength was very close to that of an Archean power. It was very powerful, and had branches in many of the 72 states. For example, the East County was one of the branches of the Wangtian sect. Lin Feng had met the Wangtian sect before. Its disciples were arrogant and despotic. Among the righteous sects in the 72 states, the Wangtian sect was the first to openly side with the demon fetus. This devilish slave legion that was attacking Sun Moon City had around 60,000 soldiers. Lin Feng had destroyed Azura's demon slave army because it had happened not long ago. Moreover, he didn't let anyone from the demon slave legion escape. The demon fetus might know that the demon slave army had been wiped out through the soul imprint. However, the demon fetus was not in the East County. He was leading the army to attack the Temple of Immortality. The Temple of Immortality was the only Archean power among the righteous sects in the 72 states. It was also the leader of the righteous sects in the 72 states. If the Temple of Immortality was destroyed, the 72 states' belief in fighting against the otherworldly demons would be destroyed instantly. At that time, the entire 72 states in the north would fall quickly. Due to the distance, even if the demon fetus sent someone to convey the news of the destruction of the Azura evil Lord's demon slave army to the other two demon slave armies that had invaded the eastern divine land, it would still take some time. However, speed was the most important thing in a battle. Lin Feng would not give the demon fetus the time to do so. Therefore, after destroying the demon slave army, he immediately split into two groups. He wanted to take the other two demon slave armies by surprise. Killing one is not a loss, but killing two is a gain. I will fight all of you to the death. At this moment of life and death, the cultivators of Sun Moon City completely disregarded their own safety and fought with the cultivators of the demon slave army. Sun Moon City quickly turned into a river of blood. The demon slave army was very powerful. Sun Moon City could not withstand the demon slave army's attack at all. They looked at their friends and family's blood. Many people's demon slave army. Puff. In the end, they were killed by the demon slave army's army. Demon slave army, demon slave armies, TS army. As we can't stop the demon slave army's attack. We can't defend Sun Moon City anymore. Breakout. Demon sect. Sky Moon Cities, the sect army demon sect. T's army, T. S army Moon Cities armies. S army Moon demon armies armies demon army sect army warriors. To many people, Sun Moon City was their homeland, their home. Now that their families had been destroyed, they were determined to die. Hurry up and leave. There were also cultivators who wanted to buy time for those who were trying to break out of the encirclement. They fearlessly charged towards the pursuing demon slave legion. But soon, they too fell into a pool of blood. Don't let them escape. The demon slave legion came in large numbers, and they didn't want to let anyone go. Follow me and stop these demon slaves. The old city lord, Lu Ming, wielded a large saber as he led a group of cultivators to attack the devil slave army. We must break out. A clan elder looked towards city Lord Lu Ziyu. He then followed the old city lord and charged towards the demon slave army. Lu Ziyu was Lu Piaomiao's father. Let's go. Lu Ziyu gritted his teeth and said in a deep voice. He led a group of people to continue breaking out of the encirclement. Die, you old bastard. The eight-winged Yiksha king held a huge golden trident and pierced through the old city Lord Lu Ming's body. Bang! The old city lord, Lu Ming, chose to self-destruct before he died. The eight-winged Yiksha king was blasted away. Half of his body was blasted apart, and he was severely injured. Grandfather, Lu Piaomiao cried painfully when she saw Lu Ming die. She had grown up by her grandfather's side since she was young, and they had a very close relationship. Now that she saw her grandfather die so tragically, she felt as if a knife was being twisted in her heart. Lu Ziyu couldn't help but cry. This was his father. How could he not be sad when he saw his father die? However, Lu Ziyu knew that now wasn't the time to be sad. He had to shoulder the responsibility and lead everyone to break out of the encirclement. However, the Demon Slave Legion was too strong, and there were too many of them. The cultivators of Sun Moon City and the Demon Slave Legion were too weak. Therefore, they couldn't succeed in breaking out of the encirclement. People were constantly being killed. Many people saw that they couldn't break out of the encirclement, so they charged towards the Demon Slave Legion and self-destructed. Even if they died, they wanted to drag the Demon Slave Legion down with them. The scene was extremely tragic. "Sister, are we going to die too?" A young man looked at Lu Piaomiao with a pale face. His name was Lu Dongshu, and he looked quite similar to Lu Piaomiao. He was very handsome, and he was usually an elegant young master. However, he was in a very sorry state right now. Facing death, his heart was filled with fear. "We can definitely escape." Lu Piaomiao bit her lip and said, the battle was getting more and more tragic. The cultivators who tried to break out of the encirclement were also scattered by the Demon Slave Legion. Pooh! More and more cultivators were killed. Everyone was filled with despair. Kill! At that moment, an army of cultivators flew over from afar, their battle cries shaking the sky. Are they reinforcements? The cultivators of Sun Moon City shouted in surprise. The army flying over from afar was the Raging Flame Corps. They were like divine soldiers. They charged into Sun Moon City and started fighting with the Demon Slave Legion. The dark green mantis Scorpion King led a swarm of insects to attack the Demon Slave Legion. With the addition of the Raging Flame Corps, the situation of the battle was immediately reversed. Although the Raging Flame Corps had fewer people, every cultivator in the Corps had a Tao artifact. Some of the higher-ups even had demigod artifacts. Their weapons and equipment were too good, and the Demon Slave Legion's cultivators couldn't compare to them. In addition, they had the help of the insect swarm. Therefore, although the Raging Flame Corps had fewer people, they were invincible. They were invincible and slaughtered everyone in their way. They really are reinforcements. Kill all of these Demon Slave Legion bastards. The cultivators of Sun Moon City shouted excitedly and started attacking the Demon Slave Legion. Lin Feng stepped out from the void and locked onto the 4 powerhouses of the Demon Slave Legion. Lin Feng, so it's you? The 4 powerhouses of the Demon Slave Legion also saw Lin Feng, and they immediately revealed sinister smiles. To catch bandits, first catch the leader. Kill him. The blood-eyed Bull Demon King, the 8-winged Yiksha King, Xie Lu Feng, and Sun Yunha all charged towards Lin Feng, wanting to join forces and kill Lin Feng. Chapter 1346. Each of them had unfathomable strength, and they were all trusted subordinates of the devil fetus. Now that they were about to attack Lin Feng, all of them had sinister smiles on their faces. Asterisk boom. Asterisk the 4 strong cultivators attacked. Their chi rose to the skies. When they attacked, Lin Feng could sense their cultivation levels. The blood-eyed Ox Demon King was the strongest at the 10th level of the Rebirth Realm. Next was Xie Lu Feng, who was at the 9th level of the Rebirth Realm. The 8-winged Yiksha King and Sun Yunha were at the 8th level of the Rebirth Realm. The blood-eyed Ox Demon King used the Ox Demon Titan Fist. The 8-winged Yiksha King used the Nether Blood Palm. Xie Lu Feng used the 1,000 Immortal Slaying Slash, and Sun Yunha used the Immortal Crane Capturing Dragon Claw. The 4 divine abilities were extremely powerful. Unless one was a demigod realm cultivator, it would be extremely difficult to resist the joint attack of the four experts. Lin Feng sneered in the face of their attacks. Do the four of you really think you can deal with me? Today, I'll show you how foolish your thoughts are. As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Feng stepped forward. In an instant, Lin Feng's body was covered by the death god's armor. Lin Feng didn't try to dodge the four strong cultivators' attacks. He just let them crash onto his body. Clang, 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 clang. But Lin Feng wasn't injured at all. He was wearing a godly weapon, so it wasn't difficult for him to block the attacks of four strong cultivators. At the same time, Lin Feng attacked with lightning speed, throwing out four punches. Bang, bang, bang. The four strong cultivators were all blown away by Lin Feng's attack. Wah! The four experts spat out mouthfuls of blood. Lin Feng had a divine artifact protecting him, so he could block their attacks. However, they did not have a divine artifact protecting them, so they could not block Lin Feng's attacks. They were all injured, and their faces were pale. Is that a divine weapon? They cried out in surprise as they stared at the death god armor on Lin Feng's body. If it had been an offensive divine weapon, it wouldn't have been able to move the four powerhouses so much. That was because although offensive divine artifacts were extremely rare, they could still be seen. However, defensive divine artifacts were far too rare. To put it bluntly, even 10 offensive divine artifacts would not be as valuable as one defensive divine artifact. Your eyes aren't bad. You can actually tell that my treasure is a divine item. Lin Feng stepped in the air and said coldly, "This treasure of mine is called the Death God Armor. It's a defensive treasure of the legendary four gods' 7 sets. I'm sure you've heard of the Death God's 7 sets. With this treasure, apart from real gods, nobody can defeat me, including the four of you. You won't be able to escape today. Kingdom of Frost." As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Feng waved his hand and cast the Great Ice spell. The Great Ice spell condensed into a world of ice. The world of ice sealed the space around the four powerhouses. "You want to kill us all in one fell swoop," the four powerhouses sneered. "I'll give you a chance. Kneel down and swear allegiance to me, or I'll convert you. You can choose one of these two paths," said Lin Feng. Lin Feng looked at the four powerhouses indifferently. The four of them deserved to die. However, Lin Feng was in dire need of manpower. Using the four of them to fight against the demon slave army was a good choice. "Brat, do you really think that you can rely on a defensive treasure to block our attacks? How laughable." The blood-eyed ox demon king suddenly sneered. "Brother Ox, hurry up and take out your divine weapon," shouted the 8-winged Yiksha king, Xie Lufeng, and Sun Yunha. Boom! A terrifying aura filled the air. The blood-eyed ox demon king took out a precious treasure. It was a Vajra circle-like treasure that emitted a divine aura. It was also a divine weapon. The blood-eyed ox demon king sneered. "Brat, my demon-subduing Vajra ring is a divine weapon refined by a heavenly god. If I meet a god, I'll kill God. If I meet a Buddha, I'll kill Buddha. Although my demon-subduing Vajra ring might not be able to break through your death god armor, I'll use it to attack your death god armor. The powerful recoil will be enough to kill you." The blood-eyed ox demon king took out the demon-subduing Vajra ring. The demon-subduing Vajra ring floated in the air, emitting a terrifying chi. That chi, it felt like it could destroy heaven and earth. "Follow me and activate the demon-subduing Vajra ring to kill this brat," shouted the blood-eyed ox demon king. "Kill!" The 8-winged Yiksha king, Xie Lufeng, and Sun Yunha roared at the same time, their voices shaking heaven and earth. Then waves of spiritual energy surged out of the three powerhouses' bodies. The powerful spiritual energy poured into the demon, subduing Vajra ring. The demon subduing Vajra ring's power kept increasing. The blood-eyed ox demon king's plan was good. With such a powerful divine weapon attacking Lin Feng, even with the death god armor, he could only block part of the power. The impact of the collision between two divine weapons was also terrifying. The impact was enough to kill Lin Feng. However, the blood-eyed ox demon king did not know how powerful Lin Feng's trump card was. When the blood-eyed ox demon king took out the demon, subduing Vajra ring and attacked Lin Feng took out his devouring heaven jar. The devouring heaven jar was an emperor weapon. However, it was broken. The devouring heaven jar that Lin Feng had obtained was only an incomplete part. This part of the devouring heaven jar could not attack, but it had a powerful devouring power. Moreover, the devouring heaven jar was the bane of all kinds of Dharma treasures. Lin Feng had used the devouring heaven jar to steal countless Dharma treasures. Lin Feng had not used the devouring heaven jar to devour divine weapons. However, in Lin Feng's opinion, even if it could not devour divine weapons, it should not be a problem for him to suppress the divine weapons. As long as he could suppress the divine weapons, the blood-eyed ox demon king and the others would not be able to use the divine weapons' power. When the time came, wouldn't it be easy to suppress them? Boom! After Lin Feng took out the devouring heaven jar, a powerful devouring power surged out and enveloped the demon subduing Vajra ring that was attacking Lin Feng. The demon subduing Vajra ring flew uncontrollably towards the devouring heaven jar. How is this possible? The blood-eyed ox demon king was shocked. He saw that the demon subduing Vajra ring was about to be devoured by the devouring heaven jar. The blood-eyed ox demon king wanted to summon the demon subduing Vajra ring back. It's too late to summon the demon subduing Vajra ring back. Devouring heaven jar, devour it, shouted Lin Feng. He poured his spiritual energy into the devouring heaven jar. The devouring heaven jar's power increased greatly. It directly devoured the demon subduing Vajra ring. Ah! The blood-eyed ox demon king screamed miserably. The devouring heaven jar had forcibly erased the soul brand that he had left in the Buddha subduing Vajra ring. The blood-eyed ox demon king had suffered a severe backlash. Just like that, the divine weapon that had been refined by a god was forcibly taken away by Lin Feng. Chapter 1347. How dare you steal my divine artifact? I'm going to kill you. I'm going to tear you to shreds. The blood-eyed bull demon king roared furiously. The loss of his divine artifact had deeply infuriated him. He valued this treasure even more than his own life. The blood-eyed bull demon king roared and charged at Lin Feng. Lin Feng sneered. Now that you've lost your divine artifact, you're suffering from a backlash? You're no longer a threat to me. As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Feng sent a palm strike at the blood-eyed bull demon king. Bang! The blood-eyed bull demon king's attack landed on Lin Feng's body, but all of the attack was neutralized by the death god's armor. Lin Feng remained unscathed. However, the blood-eyed bull demon king felt as if it had been struck by lightning after receiving Lin Feng's attack. It was sent flying, spitting out large mouthfuls of blood. The sound of bones breaking could be heard. It was obvious that the blood-eyed bull demon king had suffered serious injuries. Everyone, let's attack together. If we don't kill him, we won't have a good ending. The blood-eyed bull demon king shouted. The expressions of the eight-winged Yiksha king, Xie Lufeng, and Sun Yunha turned grim. They hadn't expected Lin Feng's treasure to be able to steal a divine artifact. Their hearts sank, and a deep sense of fear crept into their hearts. However, there was no way out for them now. Therefore, the eight-winged Yiksha king, Xie Lufeng, and Sun Yunhe also began to fight with all their might. All three of them used their trump cards to deal with Lin Feng. The eight-winged Yiksha king's wings flapped violently, forming a powerful storm that swept towards Lin Feng. A single wind blade was enough to split the void. Xie Lufeng condensed the phantom of a giant snake. The giant snake was called Bai. It was rumored that Bai could instantly dissolve a cultivator's magic power. Xie Lufeng's ultimate technique was called the Viper Restoration Technique. Once struck, all of the dermic powers in the body would dissipate. Within 3 days, one would not be able to gather dermic powers again. Once a cultivator lost his magic power, it was equivalent to a tiger having its fangs pulled out and limbs chopped off, allowing others to slaughter them. Sun Yunhe, on the other hand, used the Cloud Sea Heavenly Art. This was a divine ability similar to the Great Suppression Art. The Cloud Sea Heaven gathering skill condensed a firmament, and above the firmament clouds and mist lingered. Suddenly, that piece of sky descended from the sky, suppressing Lin Feng. Mu, the blood-eyed bull demon king, let out a long howl. Next, his body turned into a giant bull with blood-red eyes and pitch-black fur. The giant bull galloped through the void and charged towards Lin Feng. Those 4 strong cultivators were all using their most powerful skills. They wanted to kill Lin Feng. Their coordination was skillful, and each of them used different divine abilities. These divine abilities complemented each other. The first to attack was Xie Lufeng. His Viper Fusion technique was truly strange to the extreme. The Great Viper Restoration Art landed on Lin Feng's body. In an instant, Lin Feng felt his dermic powers dissipating. This made Lin Feng's expression change slightly. Xie Lufeng also felt the changes in Lin Feng's body. He laughed proudly. This kid has been hit. His dermic powers are dissipating. He's dead for sure this time. The other 3 were shocked when they heard this. Suppress. Sun Yunhe laughed coldly. He waved his hand, and the sea of clouds in the sky came crashing down. The 8-winged Yiksha king's storm also swept over. At the same time, the blood-eyed bull demon king also rushed over, and its horns slammed towards Lin Feng. The situation was critical. Lin Feng seemed to have nowhere to run. At this time, Lin Feng used the heaven-mending technique. He wanted to borrow another chance from the heavens. His body instantly moved horizontally as he dodged the attacks of the 4 experts. He also neutralized the Great Viper Restoration Art. Those lowly creatures have blasphemed against the Great Tao of Death. On behalf of the Tao of Death, I will punish you. Lin Feng stepped in the air and chanted an incantation. A river of death appeared in the air. The river of death stretched across the sky. It directly pressed down on the 4 experts. The 4 experts' expressions changed drastically. They hadn't expected Lin Feng to be able to dodge their combined attack. Soon after, he launched a counterattack against the 4 of them. Facing the suppression of the river of death, they didn't dare to be careless. They attacked one after another, trying to break the river of death. However, how could the Great Death Art, one of the top 10 great Daos, be broken so easily? The river of death pressed down on the 4 experts, making it difficult for them to move. All Buddhas of the world, all Daos return to the origin. All living beings of the world, let go of your killing intent and convert to Buddhism, shouted Lin Feng. He used the Great Purification Technique, one of the 3,000 great Tao skills. The first one Lin Feng tried to purify was the blood-eyed ox demon king. The blood-eyed ox demon king was the strongest of the 4. after suppressing him. The other three were much less of a threat. Bang! Lin Feng slapped the blood-eyed Ox Demon King's head. The purification power continuously flowed into the blood-eyed Ox Demon King's head. You want to purify me? Don't even think about it. The blood-eyed Ox Demon King roared. Shouted the blood-eyed Ox Demon King furiously. He started struggling. He wanted to attack Lin Feng. It's useless. Your fate has already been decided. You will become my slave, shouted Lin Feng. He slapped the blood-eyed Ox Demon King's head 3 times. The blood-eyed Ox Demon King was dizzy. The purification power took advantage of this opportunity to invade the blood-eyed Ox Demon King's soul. Amit Ba, many thanks to Master for enlightening me, allowing me to lay down my butcher's knife and repent. The blood-eyed Ox Demon King turned into a big man. He put his palms together and looked solemn. Spare us. We are willing to swear that we will recognize you as our master. Please don't purify us. When the 8-winged Yiksha King, Xia Lufeng, and Sun Yunhe saw that the blood-eyed Bull Demon King, who was originally a ferocious and violent person, had become like a monk after being converted, their faces turned pale with fright. It was as though the blood-eyed Bull Demon King had turned into a walking corpse. He had lost all his courage to fight against Lin Feng. Lin Feng sneered. I told you to obediently submit, but you didn't listen. It's too late to beg for mercy now. Be obedient and be purified. As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Feng stepped forward. A powerful purification power surged towards the 3 of them. We will fight you to the death. Let's self-destruct and die with him. The 8-winged Yiksha King, Xia Lufeng, and Sun Yunhe roared. They didn't want to become walking corpses, but they knew that they couldn't fight against Lin Feng. They wanted to self-destruct and drag Lin Feng down with them. Humph! Lin Feng sneered and used the 8 divine seals to seal the magic power in their bodies. They couldn't self-destruct even if they wanted to. How can this be? The 3 of them turned pale, and their eyes were filled with despair. In the next moment, the purification power entered their souls, and they stopped struggling. After a while, their ferocious faces became peaceful. They put their palms together and said, Amit Ba, thank you, fellow Taoist Lin, for guiding us to the correct path of cultivation. We will remember your kindness. The 8-winged Yiksha King, Xia Luyun, and Sun Yunhe had also been successfully purified by Lin Feng. They had become his slaves. Fellow Taoists, you are too polite. I only did what I could. Lin Feng put his palms together and said, Chapter 1348. The 4 experts had all been purified by Lin Feng. Lin Feng put away the death god armor and heaven's swallowing jar before dispelling the kingdom of ice. Go and punish those sinners. Lin Feng waved his hand and said, Yes. After receiving the order, the 4 experts all joined the battle. Originally, the cultivators of the Raging Flame Core and Sun Moon City were very nervous when they saw the 4 experts. The morale of the demon slave army was greatly boosted, but what happened next was something that no one expected. After the 4 experts joined the battle, they did not attack the cultivators of the Raging Flame Core and Sun Moon City. Their target was the demon slave army. A large number of demon slave army cultivators were killed. Ha 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 ha! They must have been purified by our Lord. Our Lord has mastered a peerless ability like the great purification technique. Anyone can be purified, Tan Chudwan said with a smile. The morale of the Raging Flame Corps was immediately boosted, and they fought bravely. The people of Sun Moon City were also wild with joy, and they killed in all directions. On the other hand, when the cultivators of the demon slave army saw that the 4 experts had been purified, their morale instantly collapsed. Even the four lords have been purified. Quickly run! The cultivators of the demon slave army screamed in fear and fled in all directions. Now that the demon slave army was leaderless, the outcome of the battle was already decided. The Raging Flame Corps and Sun Moon City cultivators finally annihilated more than 57,000 cultivators of the demon slave army. Only about 2,000 managed to escape. Lin Feng sent Vice Commander Zhang Xiaolong to lead a portion of the Raging Flame Corps cultivators to chase after the fleeing cultivators of the demon slave army. When the battle ended, Sun Moon City was already covered in corpses and blood. Then, the sound of crying could be heard. In this battle, too many cultivators had died. Even the commoners who had been hiding had died in large numbers. Many people were crying for their dead relatives. Thank you, Lin Gongzi, for coming to our rescue. Otherwise, our Sun Moon City would have been completely annihilated. We will remember this great kindness in our hearts. In the future, no matter if it's a mountain of blades or a sea of fire, we will follow Lin Gongzi's orders. Lu Ziyu flew over from afar and thanked Lin Feng. Lu Ziyu didn't look old. Instead, he looked quite young. In reality, he had only cultivated for a few hundred years. He was from the same generation as Great Peng King and Peacock Saint Lord. However, Lu Ziyu's talent was far inferior to Great Peng King and Peacock Saint Lord. Of course, compared to ordinary people, Lu Ziyu could be considered a genius. He had cultivated for less than 1,000 years, but his strength had already reached the 7th layer of the creation realm. In the divine land of the East County, even in the 72 states of the North, they could be considered experts. Lin Feng replied, "City Lord Lu, there's no need to be so courteous. Now that the heavenly devils are invading, the martial heaven continent is in danger. We naturally have to help each other and overcome this crisis together." While Lin Feng and Lu Ziyu were conversing, countless people in Sun Moon City were looking at Lin Feng. "Big sister, look, that's the legendary Lin Feng. He's so young. I heard that he's the same age as me." He edified 4 rebirth realm experts with a flick of his finger. "Has he already become a god?" Lu Dongshu looked at Lin Feng with admiration and reverence. "It's impossible to become a god in the martial heaven continent." Lu Piaomiao's voice was faint. "Goodbye, Lin Feng." Her heart was filled with complicated emotions. That elegant youth in the past had now grown to stand at the peak of the martial heaven continent. Countless people looked up to him. All of this felt like a lifetime ago. Lu Piaomiao thought of the many things that had happened between her and Lin Feng. But now, the two of them were gradually drifting apart. When she thought of the distant relationship between her and Lin Feng, Lu Piaomiao felt somewhat vexed. "Big sister, you don't look too good. Are you injured?" Lu Dongshu asked with concern. "I'm fine." Lu Piaomiao shook her head. After the battle ended, the cultivators of Sun Moon City began to clean up the battlefield. The battle had been too bitter. Even the old city lord had died in battle. Lin Feng could understand the sorrowful feelings of Lu Ziyu and the others, so he did not continue to disturb them. Instead, he let Lu Ziyu handle some personal matters. Lu Ziyu did not dare to neglect Lin Feng. He let Lu Dongshu arrange for Lin Feng to stay in the city lord's mansion. Lin Feng took advantage of this free time to refine the 9 demons painting. Of course, refining the 9 demons painting was not an easy task. Lin Feng felt that the imprint that the devil fetus had left in the 9 demons painting might not have been completely destroyed. After all, he had only destroyed an illusory, the magic lotus. However, Lin Feng already had an idea. He planned to throw the 9 demons painting into the 4 ferocious cauldron and use the heavenly fire to refine it for a period of time. with the heavenly fire to refine it, no matter how strong the devil fetus divine sense was, it would still be refined. Lin Feng spent 2 hours recuperating his body. After fully recovering, he planned to refine the 9 demons painting. At that moment, there was a knock on the door. "Who is it?" Lin Feng asked. "It's me." Lu Piaomiao's voice came from outside. Lin Feng stood up and opened the door. Lu Piaomiao said, "Father asked me to bring you 2 holy fruits. He said that they are very beneficial to your cultivation." Lu Piaomiao walked into the room, put the tray in her hands on the table, and was about to leave. Lin Feng said, "I heard that you were engaged to Ning Shubai from the immemorial Ning family?" Lu Piaomiao bit her lip and said, "Yes, Ning Shubai came to the East Province to discuss our marriage. Ning Shubai is not a good person. I've already killed him. You don't have to worry about this marriage anymore." Lin Feng said. Lu Piaomiao could not help but sigh. Back then, she had chosen to distance herself from Lin Feng because she was worried that if the immemorial Ning family found out about her relationship with Lin Feng, it would be disadvantageous to Lin Feng. Besides, the Lu family could not afford to offend the immemorial Ning family, so they could not break the engagement. However, nobody had thought that Ning Shubai, who had been so arrogant in the East Province, would try to seduce Huang Shilan when he saw how beautiful she was. Huang Shilan was Lin Feng's woman. Ning Shubai had tried to seduce Huang Shilan. Wasn't that suicidal? In the end, Ning Shubai had been killed by Lin Feng. He had died a tragic death in the East Province. Ning Shubai's death had freed Lu Piaomiao. However, she was not happy because she wanted to distance herself from Lin Feng. "I've always wanted to thank you. I just never had the chance," said Lu Piaomiao. "Just to thank me? I don't care about that. I prefer something exciting." Lin Feng walked to Lu Piaomiao and put his arms around her waist, pulling her into his embrace. "What are you doing? Let me go." Lu Piaomiao struggled. "Don't you know what I'm going to do?" Lin Feng's hand started moving. "Don't. People will see." Lu Piaomiao blushed. Lin Feng waved his right hand and closed the door. "Now people can't see us." He looked at Lu Piaomiao passionately. When Lu Piaomiao sensed Lin Feng's hands, she continued struggling. "No, I'm not that kind of woman. It's not up to you." Lin Feng immediately lifted Lu Piaomiao up and threw her on the bed. He tore her clothes apart. Lu Piaomiao struggled, and Lin Feng turned her from a young girl into a young married woman. Chapter 1349. "You scoundrel." After everything calmed down, Lu Piaomiao glared at Lin Feng fiercely. Looking at the plum blossoms on the bed, her heart was filled with complicated emotions. Lu Piaomiao never thought that her chastity would be taken away like this. She was now a young married woman. She felt a faint sadness in her heart, but she also felt a little happy. Lin Feng smiled and said, "Women love bad men." "Pervert, pervert, shameless. Who would love you?" Lu Piaomiao spat. She got up and put on her clothes, but when she got off the bed, her legs felt weak. She couldn't help but fiercely glare at Lin Feng. She blamed everything on Lin Feng. After tidying up her clothes, Lu Piaomiao left Lin Feng's room as if she was escaping. Lin Feng felt refreshed after enjoying that wonderful feeling. His entire body felt extremely comfortable. A man's life could never be separated from a woman. Life was short. When it was time to enjoy. That was Lin Feng's principle. After Lu Piaomiao left, Lin Feng planned to start refining the 9 devil painting. He got up and set up a few restrictions to seal the room so that no one would disturb him. At that moment, Lin Feng saw the tray that Lu Piaomiao had placed on the table. He couldn't help but be curious about the spirit fruit on the tray. Lin Feng walked in front of the tray and lifted the cloth covering the tray. He saw 2 green fruits on the tray. 30,000-year-old green serpent fruit. It's not worth mentioning to me, but it's definitely a treasure for the Lu clan. Lu Zi, uncle, is a considerate person. Lin Feng couldn't help but think to himself. Originally, Lin Feng wanted to call Lu Ziyu by his name, but when he thought about how he had just slept with Lu Ziyu's daughter, he could be considered his father-in-law. Calling him by his name was too impolite, so he quickly changed his words. Lin Feng put away the green serpent fruit and took out the 4 vicious cauldron. He placed the cauldron in the middle of the room and sat down cross-legged. Lin Feng summoned the purple flame core fire and the black flame god incinerating fire. The heavenly flame burned the cauldron, and the temperature of the cauldron gradually rose. Lin Feng threw the 9 devil painting into the cauldron and started to refine it. Ah! A painful roar came from the 9 demons painting. Brat, how dare you use heavenly fire to refine my supreme treasure, the 9 devils painting? It's mine. You can't take it away from me. Die! The demon fetus roared. As the devil fetus finished speaking, the 9 demons painting wanted to rush out of the cauldrons. Clang! Clang! The 9 devils painting repeatedly slammed into the cauldron lid. It wanted to break out of the cauldron. But Lin Feng was already prepared. He used the great oppressive technique and the 8 godly seals to seal the cauldron, as well as the talismans on the cauldron. The cauldrons were now tightly sealed. It would be difficult for the 9 demons painting to break out. Lin Feng said indifferently, "Devil fetus, you're just a strand of divine will. Do you want to control the 9 demons painting to break out of the cauldron? You're dreaming." As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Feng continued to use the heavenly flame to burn the cauldron. Roar! Roar! Earth-shaking roars came out. Under the burning of the heavenly flame, 4 fierce beasts were imprinted on the cauldron. Tao Tai, Qiong Qi, Qiong Qiong, primal chaos. All of them appeared. The runes on the cauldron were also activated. A powerful force rushed into the cauldron, suppressing the 9 demons painting that was constantly attacking the cauldron. The temperature in the cauldron increased. Such a scorching temperature was extremely harmful to darkness attribute energy. Divine will belong to the dark element. Therefore, the devil fetus's divine will couldn't withstand it for a while and began to gradually disintegrate. Brat, just you wait. I will definitely tear you to pieces. The devil fetus's divine will let out an extremely resentful roar before dissipating. Who will win? It's still unknown. Lin Feng sneered. In the next moment, the devil fetus's divine will was completely destroyed. Next, Lin Feng began to refine the 9 demons painting. Now, this treasure was an ownerless object. Lin Feng was originally worried that the artifact spirit of the 9 demons painting would resist his refining of the 9 demons painting. However, when he was refining the 9 demons painting, Lin Feng realized that the artifact spirit of the 9 demons painting seemed to be sleeping. The 9 demons painting is divided into 9 parts. Could it be that there are 9 artifact spirits? Or perhaps there was only 1 artifact spirit originally, but as the 9 demons painting was broken down, the artifact spirit also divided into 9 parts. However, no matter what the reason was, the artifact spirit of the 9 demons painting was weakened. The 9 demons painting was divided into 9 parts, causing the artifact spirit of the 9 demons painting to spend most of its time sleeping. Lin Feng stroked his chin and couldn't help but ponder. Of course, it was a good thing for him that the artifact spirit of the 9 demons painting was sleeping, because this way he could smoothly refine the 9 demons painting. After refining it for an entire night, Lin Feng finally succeeded in refining the 9 demons painting. Lin Feng couldn't help but smile. To be able to refine a supreme treasure like the 9 demons painting could be said to be a great help to him. Having an imperial weapon and not having one were two completely different concepts. After Lin Feng came out of seclusion, he went to find Lu Ziyu. He had an idea that he wanted to discuss with Lu Ziyu. After Lin Feng and Lu Ziyu took their seats in the hall, Lin Feng said, "The devil fetus is too powerful, and it can continuously increase its cultivation by devouring living beings. According to the information I received, the devil fetus is now attacking the Palace of Immortality. I'm afraid that the Palace of Immortality won't be able to withstand the devil fetus attack. Even if they can temporarily resist, I'm worried that heavenly demons will rush over from the central continent to assist the devil fetus. When that happens, the Palace of Immortality will definitely not be able to withstand the devil fetus." When Lu Ziyu heard Lin Feng's words, he nodded solemnly and said, "Lin Gongzi, do you mean that we should retreat in time?" Lin Feng nodded and said, "Indeed, we should retreat in time. There's no other way. I think that we should organize our forces now and use the ancient void ship to transport the cultivators of the Eastern Divine Prefecture, their families, and even the ordinary people to the overseas world to settle down there. But the overseas world is so big. Where can we call home?" Lu Ziyu sighed. It was naturally very difficult to live a life away from home. Lin Feng said, "You don't have to worry about that. The overseas nation of desire is a nation that I control. It can accommodate a large number of people. Right now, we need to transport as many people as possible to the nation of desire. When the calamity descends, the casualties will be reduced." Lu Ziyu nodded and said, "All right, let's do that. I'll write a letter to the other ancient cities and inform the higher-ups of Lin Gongzi's suggestion." Lin Feng nodded and said, "That's good." 3 days later, the Raging Flame Corps sent a report of victory. Their commander, the Bloodhound Bat King, led the army and successfully ambushed the 3rd Demonic Slave Army. Together with the cultivators of Ironstone City, Gentleman's City, and other cities, they wiped out the 3rd Demonic Slave Army and won an important battle. At this point, the 3 demonic slave armies that had entered the Eastern Divine Prefecture were completely wiped out under the leadership of the Raging Flame Corps. Chapter 1350. The Devil Fetus led the army to attack the Immortal Palace, while the Immortal Palace led the forces of the 72 states in the north to fight the Demon Slave Army led by the Devil Fetus. In this battle, the Immortal Palace had used the Emperor weapon to suppress fate. The two sides were locked in a stalemate. The Demon Slave Army, led by the Devil Fetus, was blocked and had to retreat. At the same time, the news that Lin Feng's Raging Flame Corps had wiped out the 3 demon slave armies in the East County quickly spread to the 72 states in the north and the East Sea world. The Demon Slave Legion had always been invincible. Even if they encountered obstacles, they had never suffered such a great loss. However, this time, 3 demon slave legions were actually annihilated. This was practically the most severe loss the Demon Slave Legion had suffered since the invasion of the Heavenly Devils. Moreover, there were rumors that even the Emperor weapon, the 9 demons painting, had been taken by the Raging Flame Corps' master, Lin Feng. This news caused a stir. Countless people were talking about it, and the Raging Flame Corps became famous. In these troubled times, many people wanted to rely on the strong, hoping that they could preserve their lives or accomplish great things in these troubled times. More and more cultivators came to join the Raging Flame Corps because of its reputation. These cultivators included rogue cultivators from the 72 states in the north, rogue cultivators from the overseas world, and cultivators from the 72 states in the north who had their homes destroyed by the Demon Slave Army and fled from their homes. Lin Feng's Raging Flame Corps expanded rapidly. Soon, it had 20,000 members, and the number was still increasing. During this period of time, apart from continuing to recruit, Lin Feng organized the major forces to send large numbers of cultivators, their families, and ordinary people to the overseas world on the ancient void ships. Lin Feng's power was limited, after all. It was impossible for him to send everyone away. Now, he sent as many as he could. The devil fetus led the army to temporarily retreat to the star state to recuperate. The devil fetus had completed his transformation and turned into a demonic young man. The magic lotus floated above him. The devil fetus was named Mose Tianzuan. It meant that he wanted to be a saint among the heavenly demons, someone who was as respected as the heavens. It was obvious how ambitious he was. However, the devil fetus was in an extremely bad mood now. First, it was because of the failure to attack the immortal palace. The second reason was that the 3 demon slave legions that had entered the East County had been annihilated. Moreover, his 9 demons painting had been snatched away. Mose Tianzuan was confident that he could take back the 9 demons painting. However, losing the 9 demons painting temporarily still made Mose Tianzuan very angry. Dozens of cultivators were kneeling in the hall, all of them trembling. These people were experts who had pledged allegiance to Mose Tianzuan. They knew how cruel Mose Tianzuan was. They had seen Mose Tianzuan kill several experts to vent his anger. These people were naturally worried that they would be killed. Ha ha ha! It seems like Lord Mose Tianzuan didn't handle things well in the East Prefecture. A burst of laughter was heard. Following that, a cultivator walked into the hall. If Lin Feng was here, he would definitely recognize who this person was. This person was none other than Vast Domain's archdevil, who had fought Lin Feng in the land of sealed demons. The current Vast Domain demon, Venerable, was different from the Vast Domain demon, Venerable, who had just escaped. When he first escaped, Vast Realm Demon Sovereign was a demigod. Now, he had reached the true divine realm. In the primordial era, these celestial demons' cultivation bases were extremely terrifying. As time passed, their cultivation bases fell. However, as long as they had enough flesh and blood essence to replenish themselves, they could slowly recover. So it's Vast Domain's archdevil. Mose Tianzuan glanced at Vast Domain's archdevil and said, "Are you here to laugh at me?" "I wouldn't dare." Vast Domain's archdevil cupped his fists and said, "You were born from the devil fetus. You will become a great emperor in the future. How could I dare laugh at you?" Despite saying that, Vast Domain's archdevil didn't really respect Mose Tianzuan. Of course, there was a reason for that. First of all, Vast Domain's archdevil had the royal bloodline of the celestial demons. His bloodline was extremely powerful, although it couldn't compare to the celestial demons born from the devil fetus. It wasn't far off. Secondly, Vast Domain's archdevil was a peak giant god in the primordial era. He had a chance of breaking through to the great emperor realm. Even though his strength had fallen, he still had his pride. Lastly, Vast Domain's archdevil believed that after the previous ordeal, he had gained a new understanding of life and the great Tao. Now that he had escaped, he would definitely be able to break through to the great emperor realm in the future. Mose Tianzuan was born from the magic lotus, and his talent and bloodline were heaven-defying. However, it was hard to say whether he could become a great emperor. Since ancient times, only a small number of celestial demons born from the magic lotus had managed to become great emperors. Most still couldn't break through. If it was so easy to become a great emperor, wouldn't there be as many great emperors as dogs in the world? At most, Mose Tianzuan had a higher chance of becoming a great emperor than others. It didn't mean that Mose Tianzuan would definitely become a great emperor. Mose Tianzuan knew what Vast Domain's archdevil was thinking, but Mose Tianzuan was a thoughtful person. Even if he was dissatisfied with vast domain's archdevil, he wouldn't show it. Mose Tianzuan asked, "May I know why vast domain's archdevil is here?" "I'm here on my master's orders. I'm here to assist you in conquering the 72 prefectures." Mose Tianzuan's heart shook. He asked, "What's the situation over at the central prefecture?" Vast Domain's archdevil replied, "We've conquered a third of the central prefecture. In addition, our celestial demons have already conquered 42 other prefectures. We're still expanding, but we only have a dozen people. If we had a few hundred people, the Martial Heaven continent would have become our plaything long ago." Mose Tianzuan said, "It's only a matter of time before we conquer the Martial Heaven continent." Vast Domain's archdevil replied, "It won't be that easy. The Martial Heaven continent has a few old bastards protecting it. Unless we can kill them, it's impossible for us to completely conquer it. However, those old bastards are currently restricted by the immemorial covenant's power, and they can't display their true strength. If we wait until the final battle, those old bastards will ignore the immemorial covenant's curse and forcefully revive their ancient power. They'll be a huge threat to us. That's a matter for the future. Right now, we need to destroy the immortal temple and then take control of the 72 prefectures." Mose Tianzuan said. The next day, Mose Tianzuan gathered his army and joined forces with Vast Domain's archdevil to launch another fierce attack on the immortal temple. Chapter 1351. The Palace of Immortality. The leader of the 72 states in the north led many forces and clashed with the demon slave army led by the sky demons. This time, with the addition of the Vast Domain demon sovereign, Mose Tianzuan's strength greatly increased. On the boundless Songming Plain, the two sides engaged in the most tragic battle. For our loved ones, for our friends, for our families, for the homeland that our ancestors have lived in for generations, many cultivators fearlessly charged towards the demon slave army. This battle was unprecedented in history. Heavenly Venerable Demon Saint and Vast Domain Demon Venerable, two terrifying existences, joined the battlefield. They were too powerful. The cultivators of the 72 states in the north were harvested like wheat. "Activate the imperial weapon," the leader of the Palace of Immortality roared. Buzz. An ancient aura was awakening. An ancient bell flew out. It was the Palace of Immortality's imperial weapon, the Longevity Bell. The Palace of Immortality took out their imperial weapon to fight against Mose Tianzuan and the Vast Domain demon sovereign. This battle lasted for 3 days and 3 nights. As far as the eye could see, corpses could be seen everywhere on the dark sky plains. In this battle, more than 10 elders of the Palace of Immortality had fallen. The Palace of Immortality suffered heavy losses and had no choice but to retreat. The Palace of Immortality was occupied by the sky demons. When Lin Feng heard the news, he couldn't help but sigh. Even the Palace of Immortality couldn't resist the attack of the sky demons. The 72 states in the north were completely finished. He also planned to leave the East Prefecture. Even if the 72 states in the north still have the power to resist, they're no longer a threat. "I'm going to the sea now and conquer the East Sea world," the Vast Domain demon sovereign said. Mose Tianzuan nodded and said, "Then I'll wish the Vast Domain demon sovereign the best." The Vast Domain demon sovereign didn't stay. He led a group of people and left for the East Sea world. The Kingdom of Desire had an extremely high reputation in the East Sea and South Sea. Although it was a newly risen force, it was unstoppable. The inland forces were busy dealing with the sky demons. The forces of the East Sea and South Sea joined forces to attack the Kingdom of Desire. Obviously, Those forces didn't want to see such a huge force rise in the sea. This was because the rise of any top force involved a conflict of interests. The forces that obstructed the rise of the Kingdom of Desire were worried that the Kingdom of Desire would be too strong to compete with them for the resources at sea. The Kingdom of Desire was already strong enough, and after Madame Chi listened to Lin Feng's advice, she got in touch with the 9 pirate kings and established an alliance. The naval forces that attacked the Desire country suffered heavy losses and eventually retreated. Because of this, the Desire country's reputation soared. Cultivators came to join the Desire country in an endless stream. Lin Feng led the Raging Flame Corps to the country of Desire, the kingdom of Desire to prosper. Lin Feng was astonished. Madame Chi was a very capable woman. Soon, there were rumors that the cultivator behind the country of Desire was actually Lin Feng. This of the world of the Desire. Domain, God Domain sect of God Dao Great Domain, son of the 4 successors of the Temple of Spiritual Array Masters, the founder of the Raging Flame Corps. There were too many rumors about Lin Feng in the Tianmu continent. Furthermore, it was rumored that Lin Feng's strength was so strong that even a demigod was no match for him. That was because the commander of the Raging Flame Legion was a demigod, but he had submitted to Lin Feng. This was enough to explain a lot. A large number of overseas cultivators came to join them. Lin Feng borrowed the power of the Jiang family auction house to buy Dao artifacts. Lin Feng asked the Bat King to choose experts from the cultivators who came to join them and continued to expand the Raging Flame Legion. In the end, the Raging Flame Legion expanded to 100,000 people. Moreover, everyone was equipped with a Dao artifact. This was definitely an elite force. While the Raging Flame Legion was expanding, Lin Feng chose to go into seclusion. Everything he had experienced during this period of time gave Lin Feng a deeper understanding of life and Dao. He felt that he was on the verge of a breakthrough. This seclusion lasted for 3 months. After Lin Feng came out of seclusion, his cultivation had risen to the 7th level of the life and death realm. After coming out of seclusion, Lin Feng learned about the current situation in the overseas world. The vast domain demon, Venerable, led the demon slave army to the Eastern Sea world. Forces were destroyed one by one. Many pirates and cultivators in the Eastern Sea world then joined the vast domain demon Venerable. The demon slave army became stronger and stronger. The Eastern Sea world was facing an unprecedented crisis. The Eastern Sea was relatively weak among the sea regions, and the strongest was the Dragon Palace. But now that the heavenly demons invaded the Eastern Sea, the Dragon Palace sealed it and ignored the outside world. Penglai, Immortal Island, Raging Flame Island, and other top forces were all destroyed. Some people escaped, but most of them died miserably. Some chose to surrender to the vast domain demon Venerable. The other part surrendered to the nation of Desire. Fire Cloud Island and Divine Rock Island have surrendered to the vast domain demon Venerable. Lin Feng received some news, and his face turned gloomy. Fire Cloud Island and Divine Rock Island were top forces in the Eastern Sea world, but now they had surrendered to the heavenly demons. Lin Feng hadn't expected this, but when he thought about it carefully, it didn't seem to be too surprising. After all, more and more forces were surrendering to the heavenly demons. It was expected that these top forces would also start surrendering to the heavenly demons. After many top forces were destroyed, the heavenly demons were destroyed. The cultivator gathering areas on the sea were also destroyed. Which one of the 18 colonies didn't have tens of billions or even tens of billions of people? Apart from a few who escaped, all of them died miserably. Lin Feng went to a few places where cultivators gathered, but they had already been destroyed. The seawater is red, Lin Feng murmured to himself while looking at the sea that had been dyed red. Master, the 18 colonies and more than 500 billion people have been slaughtered. The Bloodbat King stood behind Lin Feng and said carefully. Lin Feng clenched his fists. Even the most cold-hearted person couldn't remain indifferent when they saw the blood-red seawater and heard that more than 500 billion innocent people had died, right? Lin Feng's heart was filled with anger and killing intent. Look, there's a fish that escaped the net. In the distance, a demon slave army of about 10,000 people saw Lin Feng and the others standing on the beach of the 15th cultivator gathering area and shouted excitedly. Lin Feng had brought more than 100 people with him this time, but the enemy had 10,000 people. They naturally didn't care about Lin Feng and the others. Kill them all, and take their treasures. The cultivators of the demon slave army roared and charged. Chapter 1352. The cultivators of the demon slave army charged over, their faces ferocious, and their eyes filled with greed. Many of them had sided with the heavenly demons because they wanted to use this opportunity to make a fortune. Not good. It's Lin Feng. Run. One of the cultivators of the demon slave army shouted in horror when he saw Lin Feng. That cultivator was none other than the grandson of the Heavenly Rock King Jin Xingfei. Lin Feng had met him a few times, and his impression of Jin Xingfei was terrible. Jin Xingfei was extremely arrogant because of the Heavenly Rock King's reputation. He even talked about how the Great Rock King had knelt outside the Heavenly Rock King's cave to become his disciple, only to be chased away by the Heavenly Rock King. Little Rock King Jin Xingyuan also hated this person, but because they were both from the rock race, he tolerated it. Lin Feng guessed. Even the Great Rock King would never have thought that their senior, the Heavenly Rock King, would side with the heavenly demons. What? Lin Feng is among those people. Which Lin Feng? Someone asked. Jin Xingfei shouted. It's that Lin Feng who makes everyone pale. Jin Xingyuan pushed his speed to the limit and fled into the distance. The others were scared out of their wits. Even the cultivators of the demon slave army were filled with fear when they talked about Lin Feng. Moreover, they had met Lin Feng today. Many of them were scared out of their wits. Kill them all. Leave no one alive. Lin Feng raised his eyelids and said, Yes, the Bat King led a group of experts and chased after Jin Xingfei. The cultivators Lin Feng brought with him were all top-notch experts, especially the Bat King, who was a demigod. How could the ordinary cultivators of the demon slave army escape? A large number of the demon slave army cultivators were slaughtered. Kid, you're quite good at running, but you won't be able to escape. Die. The Bat King laughed sinisterly and wanted to slap Jin Xingfei to death. At that moment, Jin Xingfei shouted in fear, Don't kill me! I'm friends with your master, Lin Feng. When the Bat King heard Jin Xingfei's words, it immediately stopped what it was doing. If Jin Xingfei was Lin Feng's friend, Jin Xingfei would be a huge mistake. Come with me. I'll bring you to see my master, said the Bat King, glancing at Jin Xingfei indifferently. The blood-red lights surrounded Jin Xingfei and brought him to Lin Feng. Master, this person is your friend. Jin Xingfei. With Xingfei, the demon Xingfei King. If demon King Lan Ling hadn't intervened, I would have died at Tian Peng King's hands. You have the nerve to say that you're my friend? Jin Xingfei scowled miserably. Brother Lin, the enmity between you and my grandfather has nothing to do with me. I've never done anything to let you down. Brother Lin, on account of our friendship, please forgive me this time. Lin Feng sneered. You're just a demon slave army cultivator. You want me to spare you? What a joke! Take him away and kill him. No, I was wrong. I'll repent. I'll turn over a new leaf. Brother Lin, please spare my life. Jin Shengfei begged, but Lin Feng was unmoved. Ha ha, grandson, you dare pretend to be my master's friend? I'll eat you. The pig-faced blood-bat king screamed and dug out Jin Shengfei's heart. Jin Shengfei died a horrible death. His body fell to the ground, and the Bat King continued to feast on Jin Shengfei's heart with relish. *CK, don't eat this in front of me. It makes me sick, Lin Feng said angrily. Yes, master, I was wrong. The Bat King apologized and quickly walked to the side, swallowing Jin Shengfei's heart in one gulp. Only a few of the 10,000 demon slaves managed to escape. The rest were killed. Lin Feng left and returned to paradise. The East Sea had fallen. There would be a huge battle with the vast domain demon master. Lin Feng needed to go back and prepare for the battle. Paradise was shrouded in a heavy atmosphere. It was the last paradise of the East Sea. Countless cultivators on the sea fled to the rogue nation. Although Paradise's strength had increased, the vast domain demon master was too terrifying. He was invincible. Many people were worried that Paradise wouldn't be able to withstand his attacks. On this day, Lin Feng asked Madame Qi to gather countless cultivators in Paradise's square. Millions of cultivators gathered. Lin Feng appeared in Paradise's square. Everyone looked at Lin Feng. Many people had mixed feelings. Many people had seen Lin Feng before. At that time, Lin Feng had just started to show his talent. Now, he was the leader of the resistance against the otherworldly demons. In less than 10 years, Lin Feng's growth was too fast. If Lin Feng could really lead everyone to stop the otherworldly demons, it would be a great achievement for 1,000 years. At that time, the heavenly Tao would surely send endless karmic luck to support Lin Feng. Maybe Lin Feng would become a god in the celestial Martial continent. Everyone, the 500 billion innocent people of the East Sea have been slaughtered. Did you see the blood that dyed the sea red? Did you see the destruction of your former home? Do you remember the faces of your friends and family who died tragically? Do you remember that the hatred in our hearts can't be washed away even if the 4 seas are washed away? Right now, Paradise is the last paradise. Our loved ones, parents, elders, sons, daughters, juniors, clansmen are here. There are too many people we care about. We have no way out. The only thing we can do now is to abandon the fear in our hearts and fight the otherworldly demons to the death. Even if we die in battle, we will have no regrets. Lin Feng's deep voice resounded in the square. Hearing Lin Feng's powerful words, many cultivators felt as if their blood was burning. The fear in their hearts gradually dissipated, and the fire of hatred in their hearts burned fiercely. Fight to the death. Even if we die in battle, we will have no regrets. Fight to the death. Even if we die in battle, we will have no regrets. Millions of cultivators shouted in unison, their voices resounding through the clouds. 1,000 miles away, endless demonic chi rolled. The mighty demonic slave army swept through the sky. Under the leadership of vast domain's demon sovereign, 3 million demonic slaves flew in the direction of Paradise. 2 hours later, the demonic slave army could already see Paradise. Master, we're here. Heavenly Peng King flew over and bowed to vast domain's demon sovereign. Ha 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 ha, great. As long as we destroy Paradise, the East Sea will be completely in our hands. At that time, we will use the East Sea as the center and start conquering the sea world of Heaven Martial Continent. We must conquer all the sea worlds. The resources in the sea are endless. Vast Domain's demon sovereign laughed loudly. "We pledge our lives to follow Master." The 3 million demonic slaves shouted in unison, their voices shaking the sky. Chapter 1353. "They're here." Lin Feng looked at the army in the sky and whispered. "War drums!" shouted Lin Feng while unsheathing his sword. Asterisk dong 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 dong. Asterisk, as soon as he finished speaking, the war drums began to beat and resounded throughout the world. The 4 million cultivator army was ready and waiting for the arrival of the 3 million demon slave army. Asterisk roar, roar, roar. Asterisk roars shook the sky as the army of 200,000 ferocious birds and beasts rushed to the front. The ferocious birds and beasts roared, their ferocious auras filling the sky. A powerful demon slave army cultivator sat on each of the birds and beasts. This was the most elite army of the demon slave army, and it was given the name One Show Army by the vast domain demon sovereign. In many large-scale battles, the One Show Army had made great contributions and was highly appreciated by the vast domain demon sovereign. The commander of the One Show Army was no stranger to Lin Feng. It was the old fart Tianpeng King. Behind the One Show Army was a vast army of demon slave cultivators. At a glance, there was no end in sight. The army stopped above the ocean outside the chaotic nation, looking at the endless demon slave army. Many ordinary people in the chaotic nation were so scared that they started to cry. Many of them had lost their loved ones to the demon slave army, and they were lucky enough to escape. Now that they saw the demon slave army again, their spirits were on the verge of collapsing. The demon slave army was like a nightmare to many people. They couldn't get rid of it, and it caused serious psychological trauma to many people. "Kid, you were lucky enough to escape from the demon sealing land, but I didn't expect you to be so powerful now." The vast domain demon sovereign looked at Lin Feng with his gloomy eyes. Lin Feng sneered. "There are many things you didn't expect. Did you expect that you would die in the Eastern Sea world today? Ha 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 ha." The vast domain demon sovereign suddenly laughed. He was laughing so hard that he was convulsing. It was as if he had heard the biggest joke in his life. The vast domain demon sovereign said disdainfully, "When I first escaped, I was only a demigod. You had to rely on the death god armor's defense to barely fight me. Now that I've recovered to the deity realm, I can crush you as easily as crushing an ant. So what if you're a deity? I have an imperial weapon. It's still not certain who will win." Lin Feng sneered and waved his right hand. The 9-demon painting, the painting of the 9 demons, soared into the sky and floated above Lin. When he saw the 9-devil portrait, vast domain archdevil was clearly shocked. "This is my clan's 9-devil portrait. How did you get it?" The vast domain demon sovereign was smart. He sneered and said, "So it's Mose Tianzuan's 9 demons painting. You stole it from him. I was wondering why Mose Tianzuan didn't take it out when the Palace of Immortality's people used their imperial weapon. So it was you who took it. It seems that Mose Tianzuan cherishes his face a lot. He didn't tell you that I stole it." Lin Feng said indifferently. To that, Lin Feng wasn't surprised, although Mose Tianzuan, the vast domain demon sovereign, and Gongzi, you were all celestial demons. They didn't really want to deal with each other. Including Gongzi Yu, they were all postnatal celestial demons. Postnatal celestial demons were celestial demons who were conceived by ordinary celestial demons. Mose Tianzuan, on the other hand, was a prenatal celestial demon. He was a celestial demon born from the magic lotus. Prenatal celestial demons were more talented and had the potential to become great emperors. That was why they were so arrogant. They didn't even think highly of postnatal celestial demons, who were also celestial demons. It was a conflict that had existed among celestial demons for millions of years. For example, Mose Tianzuan didn't think highly of the vast domain demon sovereign. The vast domain demon sovereign had been a giant god in the primordial era. He had gone through a lot of hardships. Now that he had regained his freedom, his strength was gradually recovering. He didn't think highly of Mose Tianzuan either. However, the two sides were currently in the stage of cooperation, so there were no bloody events like the pre-celestial demons and post-celestial demons fighting for power in the celestial demon kingdom. But it was possible that they were hiding things from each other. For example, if the vast domain demon sovereign found out that Mose Tianzuan's 9 demons painting had been taken away by Lin Feng, how would he react? It was inevitable that he would be mocked. So Mose Tianzuan naturally wouldn't tell the vast domain demon sovereign about such an embarrassing thing. The vast domain demon sovereign looked greedily at the 9 demons painting. It's better that you didn't tell me. I'll pretend that I don't know. After I kill you, the 9 demons painting will be mine. Then Mose Tianzuan won't have the face to ask me for it. The vast domain demon sovereign was overjoyed when he thought about how he was about to obtain the 9 demons painting. He laughed sinisterly and roared, "What are you waiting for? Attack!" Roar, roar, roar! The roars of beasts resounded through the sky. 200,000 flying beast riders took the lead. Behind them was the demonic slave army, demonic chi, that blotted out the skies surged. The 3 million demonic slave army was like an army of death that had come out of hell. "Kill!" Lin Feng shouted. The rogue nation's cultivator army also rushed into the sky. The armies immediately collided. Corpses constantly fell from the sky. There were the corpses of the rogue nation's cultivators. There were also the corpses of the demonic slave army. The sky was dyed blood red. The Wanshou army's combat strength was very strong. Because they were a combination of cultivators and mounts, they were simply invincible. The 200,000 soldiers rampaged through the rogue nation's cultivator army. A large number of rogue nation's cultivators were killed. 100,000 cultivators, 100,000 soldiers. With my blood, I salute the Emperor of Heaven. Kill. At this time, the Raging Flame Corps, under the command of their commander, the Bloodhound Bat King, attacked the Wanshou army. Among the 4 million cultivator army under Lin Feng's command, the Raging Flame Corps was the most powerful. Whether it was the strength of the cultivators or the magic treasures they were equipped with, the Raging Flame Corps was the best. 100,000 Tao artifacts appeared in the sky. 100,000 cultivators attacked together. The lethality caused by the Tao artifacts was too terrifying. Wherever the Tao artifacts swept, the cultivators, they would die tragically. Bang, bang, bang. The Wanshou army could not withstand the attacks of the 100,000 Raging Flame Corps. A large number of cultivators and mounts of the Wanshou army exploded in midair. They were killed by the Raging Flame Corps. Counterattack, counterattack! The heavenly Peng King roared and summoned the Wanshou army to counterattack the Raging Flame Corps. The Wanshou army's strength was extremely terrifying. After all, it was the strongest army under the command of the vast domain Archdevil. After the Wanshou army gradually gained a foothold, they began to counterattack the Raging Flame Corps. The cultivators of the Raging Flame Corps began to be killed by the cultivators of the Wanshou army in the chaotic battle. This battle could be said to be extremely tragic. Lin Feng, you despicable little insect. Today I'm going to kill you. The vast domain Archdevil stepped forward with indescribable arrogance. He slapped at Lin Feng across the void. In the void, a large energy palm condensed and fell from the sky, wanting to kill Lin Feng with one slap. Chapter 1354. Even a casual attack from a god was extremely terrifying. Now that Hao Jie's demon master had broken through to the god lair, Lin Feng had the impression he was going to die. Lin Feng could fight a demigod if he used all his means, but there was still a huge gap between him and a true god. Therefore, Lin Feng didn't dare to be careless in the face of vast domain Archdevil's attack. He took out the Grim Reaper armor and used the 9-demon picture to attack vast domain Archdevil. Buzz! The 9-demon picture emitted a terrifying wave of energy that swept across the world. Bang! In the next moment, the 9 demons picture collided with the energy handprint formed by Vast Realm Archdevil Venerable, directly breaking his attack. Vast Domain Archdevil wasn't annoyed at all when his attack was destroyed. Instead, he was very excited. He was pleasantly surprised as he continued, "I never expected the 9 devil portrait to be so powerful. With your meager cultivation base, you are able to unleash such a powerful attack by activating the 9 devil portrait. If I were to gain control of the 9 devil portrait and activate against my enemies, just how powerful would it be?" The more he thought about it, the more excited he became. He couldn't wait to kill Lin Feng and take the 9-demon picture. "Let's see if you have the ability to take it first." Lin Feng looked indifferent. Boom! A terrifying aura spread out. The 9-demon picture emitted a shocking wave of energy that shook the void. A trace of Emperor's aura could crush the sky. Lin Feng used the 9-demon picture to suppress Vast Domain Archdevil. Humph! Vast Domain Archdevil snorted in the face of the attack and said disdainfully, "Your cultivation is too weak. Do you think you can threaten me with your cultivation? You're daydreaming." As soon as he finished speaking, Vast Domain Archdevil stepped forward and threw a punch at the 9-demon picture. With a loud bang, Vast Domain Archdevil's punch collided with the 9-demon picture. A god's cultivation was indeed terrifying. His physical body shook the 9-demon picture, but he wasn't injured. Lin Feng couldn't help but gasp. Wasn't this Vast Domain demon Venerable a little too powerful? If the Vast Domain demon Venerable was a small pond when he first escaped, the current Vast Domain demon sovereign had become a boundless ocean. It was the difference between a small pond and a vast ocean. This was the difference between when Vast Domain's demon Venerable had just escaped and now. This kind of gap was simply as huge as a natural chasm. This kind of gap was simply an insurmountable gap. It was no wonder that the Vast Domain demon sovereign didn't put Lin Feng in his eyes. At this moment, the Vast Domain demon sovereign was indeed too powerful. Suppress him. Vast Domain demon sovereign sneered. His hands formed a series of hand seals, and a pitch-black phantom of a divine mountain formed. The illusory image of the sacred mountain descended from the sky, wanting to suppress the 9 demons' painting. "Vast Domain demon Venerable, you want to suppress my 9 devils' painting? That's wishful thinking." Lin Feng let out a loud roar, and his magic power continuously poured into the 9 devils' picture. The runes on the 9 devils' picture, under the blessing of Lin Feng's powerful magic power, began to gradually recover. With the recovery of the runes, the aura of the 9 devils' picture also became stronger and stronger. Boom! An ancient and powerful aura emanated from the 9 devils' picture, as if an ancient great emperor had awakened from a deep sleep. Under Lin Feng's urging, the power of the 9 devils' picture was gradually awakening. The 9 devils' picture blasted toward the phantom of the sacred mountain that descended from the sky. The powerful phantom of the sacred mountain was instantly shattered by the 9 devils' picture. Then, under the control of Lin Feng, the 9 devils' picture blasted toward Vast Domain demon Venerable. Inside the 9 devils' picture, demonic chi gushed out. The majestic demonic chi poured down like a torrential flood. It wanted to drown vast domain demon venerable. Vast domain demon venerable was obviously shocked. Your cultivation base is as weak as an ant, but you can activate a trace of the Nine Devils Picture's power. It seems like you have a lot of secrets hidden in your body, but when I kill you, the Nine Devils Picture will be mine, and your secrets will be discovered by me. Everything you have will belong to me. As soon as the vast domain demon venerable's voice fell, he stepped out of the void. Ancient incantations were chanted by the vast domain demon venerable. O mighty nation of devils, descend upon us with your supreme demonic might. Let all the lowly creatures in this universe feel your greatness. As soon as the vast domain demon venerable's voice fell, above the nine heavens, there were terrifying waves of energy. Then there was a loud rumbling sound. It was hazy. A mysterious world appeared. In that world, there was an ancient devil kingdom. In that devil kingdom, there were endless demons living. There were ancient blood demons, sky demons, earth demons, winged demons, and so on. There were many demons. Lin Feng had never seen them before. That ancient world seemed to be the holy devil kingdom that all demons yearned for. It was a world that surpassed the universe and could compete with the undying world. The shadow of the devil kingdom fell from the sky and directly crashed into the Nine Devils Picture. Clang! The devil kingdom and the Nine Devils Picture collided. Suddenly, the void began to collapse. It was a terrifying scene. Pieces of the void collapsed one after another. The land of all devils had actually managed to block the attack of the Nine Devils diagram. This is the supreme technique of my celestial demon clan. It's even more powerful than many emperor techniques. Back then, if you hadn't reached the giant god realm, you wouldn't have been qualified to cultivate this technique. Boy, you didn't die in vain because of this peerless technique. The vast domain demon Venerable laughed sinisterly. He was full of confidence in this technique of the Devil Kingdom. This unique skill was indeed powerful. The Devil Kingdom and the Nine Devils Picture collided 36 times in a row. The power condensed by the Nine Demons diagram was actually dispersed by the land of infinite demons. How is this possible? Lin Feng exclaimed in disbelief. That was an emperor weapon. And now, the attack of an emperor weapon was broken by a divine ability. Was this a god? A true god? Sure enough, it was not an existence that mortals could speculate about. His cultivation was too heaven-defying. Everyone below the god realm is an ant, so no matter what means you have, in my eyes, you're just an ant. The vast domain demon venerable's face was full of a sinister smile. He controlled the devil fruit to crash toward Lin Feng. Lin Feng summoned the Nine Devils Picture back and quickly retreated, trying to avoid the Devil Kingdom's attack. However, the Devil Kingdom had locked onto Lin Feng, making it impossible for him to escape. Bang! The country of the 10,000 demons collided with Lin Feng and sent him flying away. Wah! Even with a divine artifact, Lin Feng felt like he was struck by lightning. He couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood, his face as pale as paper. Die! The vast domain demon venerable's voice was indifferent. Rumble, the members of the 10,000 demons country, moved towards Lin Feng. Chapter 1355. The land of devils was simply too powerful. Lin Feng's expression grew increasingly solemn. Lin Feng dodged the attacks of the 10,000 demons country, dodging the attacks of the 10,000 demons country. However, the land of devils had completely locked onto Lin Feng's aura, making it impossible for him to dodge. Demon Sovereign Vast Domain sneered. Brat, it's useless. You won't be able to dodge this attack. Today, you're dead for sure. No one can save you. Lin Feng replied indifferently. Don't get cocky too early. As soon as he said that, Lin Feng used Skymender. He wanted to borrow another chance from the heavens. Swoosh! Lin Feng moved horizontally, instantly dodging the Land of Devils attack. Bang! The Land of Devils attack shattered the void, but it failed to harm Lin Feng in the slightest. After dodging the attack of the 10,000 Demons country, Lin Feng took out a talisman and activated it. The Jade Talisman condensed a spatial teleportation formation. Lin Feng stepped onto the formation and instantly disappeared. A spatial teleportation formation talisman. Are you trying to escape? How can an ant escape from a god? Demon Sovereign Vast Domain's face was filled with disdain. He stepped out and disappeared without a trace. He had traveled through the void to chase after Lin Feng. Whoosh! Whoosh! Lin Feng quickly traveled through the void, raising his speed to the limit. Demon Sovereign Vast Domain soon caught up. He sneered and said, "And here I thought you were someone with backbone. Aren't you just running for your life in the face of disaster?" Lin Feng didn't say anything. After traveling through the void, he took out a second spatial teleportation talisman and activated it. He then continued traveling into the distance. However, even with the help of the talisman, Lin Feng couldn't escape from Demon Sovereign Vast Domain. God's means were too terrifying. Lin Feng had to use the Void Transmission Jade Charm to perform long-distance void travel. Gods, on the other hand, had the ability to traverse the void with their physical bodies. Gods were too powerful. Not to mention traversing the void with their physical bodies, they could even enter the outer space and roam the outer space without any problems. This was God. They wielded power that mortals could not grasp. They were high and mighty, looking down on all living things. One was fleeing while the other was chasing. It didn't take long for them to cross hundreds of millions of miles. After chasing for a long time without being able to catch up with Lin Feng, Vast Realm Demon Venerable's face gradually became gloomy. He was a god, chasing after a mortal. Vast Domain Archdevil Venerable felt humiliated that he couldn't catch up after such a long time. He couldn't help but feel angry. Vast Domain Demon Venerable said coldly, "Boy, you've already used up more than 1,000 void travel jade talismans. I'd like to see how many more you have." Lin Feng said, "Your grandfather has a lot of void travel jade talismans on him. It's enough to exhaust your magic power." Demon Venerable Vast Domain was furious. His voice was filled with cold killing intent as he said, "Boy, you're about to die, yet you still dare to provoke me. Don't worry, I won't kill you directly, because that would be too easy for you. I'll torture you ruthlessly and make you wish you were dead. Only in this way can I quell my anger. Keep dreaming. Trash like you won't be able to catch up with me even if you chase me for a lifetime." Lin Feng shouted loudly, "I'm so angry. If I don't kill you, I swear I'm not human." Vast Domain Demon Venerable roared and attacked Lin Feng from a distance of more than 10 miles. However, Lin Feng left the parallel space ahead of time. Then, he activated a new Void Transmission Jade Talisman. Lin Feng continued to flee. Vast Domain Demon Venerable was in hot pursuit. Finally, Lin Feng saw the East Sea's Aeolai country. "I'm in the east." Lin Feng rushed into Aeolai country. Aeolai country had long become a country without people. It was daytime, but the wind was howling. Lonely souls and wild ghosts could be seen everywhere. Lin Feng didn't stop. He rushed in the direction of the magnetic fog lake. Lin Feng's escape had been planned long ago. Originally, he had made 2 preparations. First, if he could use the Imperial Weapon 9 demon painting to kill Vast Domain Demon Venerable, that would be the best thing. If he couldn't kill Vast Domain Demon Venerable, then Lin Feng would use the second preparation, which was to lead vast domain demon venerable to the magnetic fog lake. Mosei Tianzuan and vast domain demon venerable seemed to be friendly on the surface, but behind their backs they were tit for tat. This was caused by the accumulated hatred of innate and acquired demons for billions of years. Mosei Tianzuan didn't tell vast domain demon venerable that he had stolen the 9-demon painting. Mosei Tianzuan also wouldn't tell vast domain demon venerable about the magnetic fog lake. After all, Mosei Tianzuan was beaten to the point of vomiting blood by the mysterious corpse in the magnetic fog lake. If vast domain demon venerable knew about this, who knew what kind of strange look he would give to Mosei Tianzuan? Lin Feng's original plan was to lead vast domain demon venerable to the sunken ship, but in his previous conversation with vast domain demon venerable, he knew that Mosei Tianzuan didn't even tell vast domain demon venerable about the 9-demon painting being stolen. Then he speculated that Mosei Tianzuan also didn't mention the mysterious corpse in the magnetic fog lake. So Lin Feng changed his plan. He wanted to lead vast domain demon venerable to the mysterious corpse. The sunken ship was even stranger and scarier than Corpse Burial Valley. Lin Feng also tried his best not to touch the corpse in the sunken ship. Finally, Lin Feng saw the magnetic fog lake. It was right in front of him, shrouded in black fog. Lin Feng plunged into the magnetic fog lake. Can't run away. Vast domain demon venerable sneered and followed him into the magnetic fog lake. Lin Feng still remembered the last time Luo Yin took him past the ancient serpent's lair. Lin Feng didn't forget the exact location of the ancient serpent's lair. After entering the magnetic fog lake, Lin Feng quickly lurked towards the ancient serpent's lair. Vast domain demon venerable's aura was monstrous. His killing intent was almost tangible. Vast domain demon venerable couldn't wait to catch Lin Feng and cut Lin Feng into pieces. Finally, Lin Feng saw the ancient serpent's lair. Vast domain demon venerable didn't hide his terrifying killing intent. The resting ancient serpent was also alarmed. It opened its cold eyes and raised its head. Lin Feng took the lead and rushed into the distance. And the ancient serpent just happened to see vast domain demon venerable chasing after it. Huff! The ancient serpent opened its mouth and spat out a mass of destructive black energy toward vast domain demon venerable, because in the ancient serpent's view, vast domain demon venerable was challenging its dignity. Vast domain demon venerable's expression became very ugly. He now knew that he had been tricked by Lin Feng. Facing the ancient serpent's attack, he didn't dare to be careless. Vast domain demon venerable condensed a giant hand of energy and slapped at the ancient serpent. Bang! The attacks of the two terrifying existences collided. The huge magnetic fog lake shook violently. Chapter 1356. The ancient serpent's strength was indeed terrifying enough to contend with the demon venerable of vast domain. After this attack, the ancient serpent's eyes shot out 2 cold rays of light. The 2 rays of light instantly pierced through the void and blasted toward the demon venerable of vast domain. 9 slashes of the demon emperor. The demon venerable of vast domain took action and evolved the supreme emperor technique of the celestial demons to resist the ancient serpent's attack. Bang! The attacks of the 2 sides collided, and then both were annihilated. The demon venerable of vast domain said, "Ancient serpent, I have no intention to be your enemy. I was just chasing a despicable boy. That boy led me to you, so there was a misunderstanding. I hope you won't be fooled by that boy. He's using you to deal with me." The ancient serpent was a very intelligent, fierce beast, and its cultivation was profound. Naturally, it could understand the meaning of the demon, venerable of vast domains words. The ancient serpent's cold eyes flickered slightly, and finally its huge body retreated back into the abyss. Boy, you can't escape. The demon venerable of vast domain let out a sigh of relief, and then his face twisted. He had been chasing Lin Feng all the way, but he couldn't catch up with Lin Feng, which made him extremely annoyed. Now that he was tricked by Lin Feng again, the demon venerable of vast domain felt that the anger in his chest was about to burst out. He quickly rushed forward and began to search for Lin Feng's whereabouts with his powerful divine mind. Lin Feng had long guessed that the ancient serpent couldn't fight the demon venerable of vast domain to the death, so he went straight to Corpse Burial Valley. The corpses here were extremely terrifying. Even Mose Tianzuan was injured by the corpses in Corpse Burial Valley, and there was only one corpse at that time. There were more than 20 corpses in the entire Corpse Burial Valley. If all these corpses attacked, even a god would die. Lin Feng hid in the forest next to Corpse Burial Valley, quietly waiting for the arrival of the demon venerable of vast domain. It didn't take long for the demon venerable of vast domain to catch up. The demon venerable of vast domain's murderous intent was monstrous, and he didn't hide it. The middle-aged man in Corpse Burial Valley sensed vast domain demon venerate's killing intent and opened his eyes. Last time, it was this corpse that had injured Mose Tianzuan. This vast domain demon venerable is too arrogant. Even in a dangerous place like the magnetic fog lake, you don't have any restraint. Lin Feng narrowed his eyes and couldn't help but sneer in his heart. In truth, Lin Feng could also see through the thoughts of the vast domain demon lord. Vast domain demon venerable was indeed powerful, so it was normal for him to have no misgivings. Furthermore, a terrifying creature like the primordial serpent had already appeared in a mere lake. Could there be an existence even more dangerous than the primordial serpent? If there was, the probability was too small. After all, this was only a lake, not a vast ocean. How could it contain two terrifying creatures? If there were really two such terrifying existences, wouldn't these two existences fight to the death in order to fight for territory? It was precisely because of this mentality. Therefore, vast domain demon venerable thought that no more terrifying beings would appear. But this time, vast domain demon venerable miscalculated, because there was indeed an existence even more terrifying than the primordial serpent here. However, these terrifying existences were not living beings, but dead cultivators, a group of ancient, mysterious, and incomparably demonic corpses. The moment the mysterious corpse in the Corpse Burial Valley opened its eyes, a cold aura instantly spread out from the Corpse Burial Valley. The surrounding dozens of miles seemed to have turned into a netherworld. The mysterious corpse flew out from the Corpse Burial Valley. At this time, vast domain demon venerable also saw the mysterious corpse. The corner of his mouth twitched violently. Why is this lake so strange? There are so many terrifying existences. An expert at the level of vast domain's demon venerable could naturally see at a glance that the terrifying existence that stepped out was simply a corpse. Vast domain demon venerable was unusually angry because he knew that he had been tricked by Lin Feng again. Originally, vast domain demon venerable thought that there was only one primordial serpent in the magnetic fog lake, but now it seemed that this idea was completely wrong. He didn't know much about the magnetic fog lake, and Lin Feng knew the magnetic fog lake like the back of his hand. So, he had been tricked by Lin Feng. Vast domain demon venerable obviously didn't want to fight with the mysterious corpse. He planned to temporarily retreat and then seal the magnetic fog lake with his divine sense. As long as Lin Feng appeared, he definitely wouldn't be able to escape. If Lin Feng didn't appear, it would be very easy. The corpse had obviously been startled to awaken. After he retreated, the corpse would definitely fall into a state of silence. At that time, he could enter the magnetic fog lake again. As long as he didn't startle the corpse, it would be fine. Vast Domain Demon Venerable's idea was excellent, but Vast Domain Demon Venerable underestimated the mysterious corpse's strength. When Vast Domain Demon Venerable retreated, the mysterious corpse had already arrived beside him. He raised his right hand and slashed at Vast Domain Demon Venerable. So fast, Vast Domain Demon Venerable was shocked. He originally thought that he could retreat, but he didn't expect the mysterious corpse to be so fast that he didn't even have a chance to retreat. The mysterious corpse's attack had already blasted down. Vast Domain Demon Venerable felt the power of the mysterious corpse's attack, and his expression suddenly changed greatly. He didn't dare to be careless and hurriedly condensed 9 slashes of the Demon Emperor to sweep at the mysterious corpse. Bang! The two sides collided. Demon Venerable Vast Domain immediately felt as if he had been hit by a fast-moving planet. Inside his body, his blood and chi roiled. He almost spat out a mouthful of blood. The mysterious corpse's attack was too tyrannical. The mysterious corpse's attack was continuous. After repelling Vast Domain Demon Venerable, he condensed a second attack. Whoosh! The mysterious corpse shot up and turned into an immortal killing light, tearing apart heaven and earth, and slashing toward Vast Domain Demon Venerable. Vast Domain Demon Venerable felt this attack, and his expression changed greatly. Myriad Demon Kingdom. Vast Domain Demon Venerable didn't dare to be careless and hurriedly condensed his trump card to block the mysterious corpse's attack. Bang! The two sides suddenly collided. The mysterious corpse collided with Vast Domain Demon Venerable 7 times in a row. Vast Domain Demon Venerable finally couldn't bear it anymore. The myriad demon kingdom he condensed was torn apart by the killing light formed by the mysterious corpse. Then the mysterious corpse slashed toward Vast Domain Demon Venerable. At this time, light flashed in Vast Domain Demon Venerable's right hand, and he summoned a blood-colored greatsword. He waved it and resisted the mysterious corpse's attack with difficulty. Here's the chance. Kill. Hidden in the dark, Lin Feng's eyes flashed with killing intent. He soared into the sky, summoned the 9 demons picture, and attacked Vast Domain Demon Venerable. Lin Feng wanted to seize this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to kill Vast Domain Demon Venerable. Chapter 1357. Now was the best time to kill the Vast Domain Overlord because he was resisting the mysterious corpse's attack. Moreover, it was not easy for him to do so. Now that the Vast Domain Overlord's defense was at its weakest, if he could seize this opportunity, he might be able to kill him in one fell swoop. Brat, you're courting death. Seeing Lin Feng's sudden attack, the Vast Domain Overlord couldn't help but roar. He raised his left hand and attacked Lin Feng with a palm. Divine Spell Tome. Come out. Lin Feng's expression was indifferent. He knew that this was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. If he missed it, it would be as difficult as ascending to the heavens to kill the Vast Domain Overlord again. Therefore, Lin Feng took out all his treasures. The Divine Spell Tome was a treasure that he had used once against Great Ming Prison's Demon King. It was indeed powerful, but the Divine Spell Tome had its own weakness. The number of times it could be used was limited. Lin Feng estimated that the Divine Spell Tome still had one more use. Now, in order to deal with the Vast Domain Overlord, Lin Feng did not hesitate to use up the last use of the Divine Spell Tome. Waves of tyrannical energy, waves emanated from the Divine Spell Tome. Saint spirits of all eras could not escape reincarnation. A low voice resounded. The divine spell tome condensed into an illusory and blurry figure. This was the mysterious cultivator who had written the divine spell tome. Lin Feng did not know his origin, but he knew how terrifying this person was. Even though it was just an illusory figure, it possessed boundless divine might. His attack collided with the vast domain overlords and immediately blocked the latter's attack. At this time, Lin Feng took out the heavenly god elixir. He still had 10 drops left. He fused all 10 drops of heavenly god liquid into the 9 demons diagram. Activating a divine artifact required 5 drops of heavenly god elixir. However, activating an imperial weapon was much more difficult. Lin Feng was even a little worried that 10 drops of heavenly god elixir would not be enough to activate the 9 demons painting's power. Fortunately, Lin Feng's worries did not come true. The 10 drops of heavenly god elixir activated a trace of the 9 demons painting's imperial might. A terrifying aura spread out. The runes on the 9 demons diagram intertwined. Under Lin Feng's manipulation, the 9 devils' portrait swept toward vast realm demon Venerable. Vast domain demon Venerable blocked the mysterious corpse's attacks while blocking the God Spirit spell book's attacks. Now, he could no longer deal with the attacks of the 9 demons painting. Bang! The 9 demons diagram's attack slammed into vast domain's demon sovereign. Vast domain demon Venerable's strength was doubted, but even though he was powerful now, he had only just recovered his deity realm. 5th heaven of the god realm, void god, divine flame, true god, heavenly god, giant god. The vast domain demon Venerable was only at the lowest level of the virtual god realm. He was not so powerful that he was difficult to fight against. On the other hand, Lin Feng had used the heavenly deity elixir to activate the Emperor weapon's Emperor Might. Emperor's Might, how terrifying was that? Therefore, vast domain demon Venerable's body directly exploded after taking the blow from the 9 demons picture. When the vast domain demon Venerate first escaped, he didn't even have a physical body. His body was a fragment of his soul and origin, but the celestial demons themselves were very strange. They could form a body of flesh and blood. When vast domain demon Venerable recovered his deity realm cultivation, he formed a new body of flesh and blood. Now, his body had been destroyed by Lin Feng's Emperor weapon, the 9 demons painting, which infuriated vast domain demon Venerable greatly. He couldn't help but roar. How can this be? I, vast domain demon, Venerable, a dignified deity, realm expert, had my body destroyed by an ant like you. This is a great humiliation. Boy, do you think you can kill me like this? You're gravely mistaken. I am an immortal existence. Even if my body is destroyed, it can be reconstructed. This is the terrifying power of the celestial demons. As soon as vast domain demon Venerable finished speaking, his body indeed began to reconstruct. But at this moment, a terrifying scene occurred. The mysterious corpse opened its mouth wide and began to devour the flesh and blood essence of vast domain demon Venerable. No, no, no. Vast domain demon Venerable finally screamed in horror. No matter what Lin Feng did, vast domain demon Venerable was confident that he could resolve it, because Lin Feng's cultivation level was too low in vast domain demon Venerable's eyes. No matter how strange his methods were, it would be difficult to truly kill him. But the mysterious corpse was different. The mysterious corpse was extremely strange, which made vast domain demon Venerable tremble in fear. A large amount of vast domain demon Venerable's origin and soul power were devoured by the mysterious corpse. The other part of his origin and soul escaped into the distance. You can't escape. Lin Feng smiled coldly. He used the great ice technique to seal the original essence and the remnant soul of the demon of vast world. Break. Vast domain demon Venerable's origin and soul was still terrifying. The moment it was sealed by the great ice art, it broke the great ice art. But at this time, Lin Feng took out the 4 ferocious cauldron and the sky-swallowing jar. Lin Feng activated the sky-swallowing jar to devour vast domain demon Venerable's origin and soul, then threw the sky-swallowing jar into the 4 ferocious cauldron to suppress it. He was worried that the incomplete sky-swallowing jar couldn't suppress vast domain demon Venerable's origin and soul. First using the sky-swallowing jar, then using the 4 ferocious cauldron, double insurance. Lin Feng was confident that even if vast domain demon Venerable was powerful, it would be difficult for him to break the double suppression of the sky-swallowing jar and the 4 ferocious cauldron to escape. Then Lin Feng put away the 4 ferocious cauldron and took out a void teleportation jade talisman, wanting to leave this place quickly. Bang! But at this time, the mysterious corpse took a step forward, and the void teleportation jade talisman shattered. Not good. Lin Feng's expression suddenly changed. The mysterious corpse was now targeting him. The mysterious corpse took action. His speed was too fast, as if he had teleported towards Lin Feng. This speed made Lin Feng pale. Lin Feng took out the black dragon sword. He held the black dragon sword in his hand and slashed at the mysterious corpse. Bang! He collided with the mysterious corpse. Suddenly, Lin Feng felt as if he had been hit by an ancient mountain. His whole body flew out uncontrollably, and the arm holding the blood-colored sword was broken. He couldn't help but cough up 3 mouthfuls of blood. Lin Feng smiled bitterly. He had already guessed that this would happen. After all, the mysterious corpse's attacks were indiscriminate. If he attacked vast domain demon Venerable, he would attack him. But now, when faced with the mysterious corpse's attack, Lin Feng could only feel helpless. The mysterious corpse's battle strength was too tyrannical. Even vast domain demon Venerable was no match for him, let alone Lin Feng. After repelling Lin Feng, the mysterious corpse took action again, turning into an immortal killing light and slashing towards Lin Feng. The terrifying attack instantly enveloped Lin Feng. At that moment, Lin Feng had the feeling that there was no way out. It seemed that no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't block this terrifying attack. Lin Feng's face turned pale. At this critical moment, a ghost ship rushed out of the void and directly crashed into the mysterious corpse. Chapter 1358. The ghost ship had arrived. Luo Yan had arrived. The ghost ship was now very different from before. It was now about 20 meters long and had been made with the spine of a void beast and epical divine wood. Thus, the ghost ship had undergone a huge transformation. Bang! The ghost ship collided with the mysterious corpse, and there was a loud crash. The ghost ship had actually blocked the mysterious corpse's attack. Luo Yan laughed and said, "Lin Feng, what do you think of my ghost ship? Isn't it awesome?" The body of the ship made with the spine of a void beast and epical divine wood is indeed extraordinary. Lin Feng quickly jumped onto the ghost ship and said, "Of course! That terrifying sunken ship was made of the same material as your ghost ship. However, we can't stay here for long. Let's go." Luo Yan also knew that they couldn't stay here for long. The mysterious corpse was too terrifying. One attack wouldn't be able to destroy the ghost ship. What if it came a dozen times, or even dozens of times? Would the ghost ship be destroyed? Thus, Luo Yan quickly steered the ghost ship into the distance. Bang! The mysterious corpse chased after them and attacked the ghost ship again. The ghost ship shook violently, but in the end, it blocked the mysterious corpse's attack and charged into the distance. The ghost ship's defense was so shocking that even Lin Feng was shocked. The mysterious corpse couldn't go too far from Corpse Burial Valley, so it didn't chase after the ghost ship in the end. Lin Feng sat down cross-legged and circulated his immortal divine body. His injuries quickly healed. I can't stay here. I have to return to the nation of desire. The battle is still going on there. Will you come with me? Lin Feng asked. I'll pass. This magnetic fog lake is where I should be. Now that I've successfully refined this ghost ship, I need to properly refine a new one, Luo Yen said. Luo Yen said. Lin Feng nodded. He used the void teleportation talisman to teleport. He didn't stop along the way. 3 days later, Lin Feng finally returned to the nation of desire. The battle had been going on for many days, and both sides had stopped temporarily. Clearly, they were all waiting for the result of the battle between Lin Feng and Vast Domain Demon Venerable. The battle between the two leaders would determine the direction of the war. The cultivators from the Demon Slave Legion were naturally filled with confidence. Vast Domain's Demon Venerable was a god. No matter how powerful Lin Feng was, he was still a mortal. Mortals were ants in front of God. Therefore, in the eyes of the cultivators of the Demon Slave Corps, Lin Feng only had one path, death. On the side of the country of desire, everyone was in a state of panic. After all, Lin Feng's opponent was a god, facing a god. Even if Lin Feng had 3 heads and 6 arms, it would still be difficult for him to defeat a god, although he was extremely worried. However, all the cultivators of the country of desire could do now was to wait for the results. Buzz. Suddenly, the void trembled. Both the demon slave army and the cultivators from the country of desire were shocked. They looked at the cultivator, who stepped out of the void. Yes, master, the Bat King cried out in surprise. It's Lin Feng. Shi Weizhu, Wang Ying, Shangguan Fei, and the others were so excited that tears streamed down their faces. That's great. Lin Feng is back. Sikong Jiayue, Su Zimo, and the others clenched their fists tightly. Sir, did you kill a god? The cultivators of the country of desire shouted excitedly. How is that possible? The eyes of the cultivators of the demon slave army almost popped out of their sockets. They looked at Lin Feng, who stepped out of the void in disbelief. Shouldn't the one who returned be the vast domain archdevil? The vast domain archdevil was a god, a high and mighty existence. Who could defeat him? Lin Feng should have died at the hands of the vast domain archdevil. Why was Lin Feng back? The demon slave army still had about 2,300,000 cultivators left. They were filled with doubts and confusion. Soldiers of the country of desire, I've killed the vast domain archdevil. Now charge! Destroy the demon slave army and avenge your loved ones, friends, and fellow disciples. Lin Feng held the black dragon sword in his hand and shouted, Kill! The morale of the cultivators of the country of desire was greatly boosted. Their battle cries resounded through the clouds. The densely packed cultivator army charged towards the demon slave army. Master is dead. Let's run. The cultivators of the demon slave army immediately panicked. Many of them fled into the distance. They didn't know how a mortal like Lin Feng could kill the vast domain archdevil. However, the vast domain archdevil's death was a fact. Now that the morale of the demon slave army had completely collapsed, how could they dare to stay and fight against the cultivators of the country of desire? They could only pray that they could escape successfully. On one side, the cultivators of the demon slave army were running away pathetically. On the other side, the cultivators of the demon slave army had their morale boosted. There was no suspense in the outcome of this battle. The battle could be said to be extremely tragic. The originally powerful demon slave army's fighting strength had decreased sharply due to the lack of morale. Moreover, they all wanted to escape and fight for themselves. Facing the cultivators of the country of desire, they couldn't stop themselves from resisting. A large number of cultivators of the demon slave army were killed. Densely packed corpses fell to the ground. The ocean had long been dyed red. In the end, the country of desire won the battle. A day later, the pig-faced blood centipede bat king returned to report the battle situation to Lin Feng. Reporting to my lord, this time the demon slave army had 3 million people. Our side annihilated 2 million people. Only a small portion of them managed to escape. Our side suffered 1,200,000 casualties. This battle was close to annihilating the demon slave army. It could be said that it was a complete victory. However, Lin Feng's heart was very heavy. This was because the casualties of the country of desire were also extremely heavy. Lin Feng said, "Do a good job in compensating the deceased. Collect the storage rings of the cultivators of the demon slave army. Distribute all the treasures that the cultivators of the demon slave army plundered to the soldiers. Young master, the demon slave army plundered wantonly. Everyone has an astonishing amount of wealth. Now that our country of desire has spent a lot of money, shouldn't we leave some for backup? Only take out a portion to reward the army?" Madam Chi said, "Take it all out and reward the soldiers of the 3 armies. Especially the dead soldiers. Give 10 times the compensation to their families. As for the expenses of the country of desire, you don't have to worry. The wealth I have here is enough for the country of desire to run for a few hundred years. When the war is over and order is restored, the country of desire will become the center of the East Sea world. At that time, won't wealth come rolling in?" Lin Feng said. After pausing for a moment, he continued, "Now, reward the army, especially the families of the dead soldiers. This way, we can win the hearts of the people. In this chaotic world, the hearts of the people are the most important. Moreover, the reputation of the country of desire will spread quickly. When the time comes, there will be an endless stream of cultivators coming to join the country of desire. Thank you for your guidance, young master." Madam Chi revealed a look of sudden realization and bowed slightly in greeting. Chapter 1359. The news that vast domains Archdevil Venerate had been killed and the 3 million demon slaves in the Eastern Sea had almost been wiped out spread like wildfire. Many people were shaken when they heard the news. That was a godly expert. Furthermore, he was from the celestial race. How could he have been killed? At first, many people didn't believe the news because the authenticity of the news was questionable. Many powers sent people to the country of desire to gather information. There were only 2 possible outcomes of that battle. Vast domains Archdevil Venerate had led his demon slaves to destroy the country of desire. Lin Feng had led an army of cultivators to kill vast domains Archdevil Venerate and destroy the demon slaves. When they saw the blood-red sea and the prosperity of the country of desire, they all believed the rumors. Vast domains Archdevil Venerate had really been killed. As for Lin Feng, he became the focus of the entire Martial Heaven continent once more. The Skyfall mountain range of the central continent was the celestial demon's temporary base. Gongzi Yu was seated cross-legged in a huge palace. A dozen celestial demons were seated below him. A heavenly devil said with a gloomy expression, "The vast world Archdevil actually died in the Eastern Sea world, and it's said that he was killed by a human brat. The vast world Archdevil is a god. How could a human brat, a mere mortal, kill him?" The other celestial demons frowned. Clearly, they didn't believe that Lin Feng had killed vast domains Archdevil Venerate. Lin Feng murmured Gong Ziyu. Gong Ziyu muttered the name. I know him. The death of my slave, the devil king of the underworld prison, is directly related to that brat. I originally wanted to convert him into my new slave and replace him, but I didn't expect that old bastard Jiang Huan to ruin my plans. Not only did that brat luckily escape, but he also caused me to lose the reincarnation devil palace. Gong Ziyu's expression was unsightly. He had always viewed that battle as a humiliation. Asked a celestial demon, "Do you really think that vast domains Archdevil Venerate was killed by Lin Feng?" "Of course not," Gong Ziyu said disdainfully. With his little strength, how could he possibly kill vast domains Demon Venerable? I think this person also has a strong backer behind him. He killed the vast domain demon sovereign, but he just pushed this Lin Feng to the front. He probably wants to take advantage of this chaotic world to wantonly recruit people. Should we go kill that kid or the expert behind him? The heavenly demon continued asking. The East Sea and the North Sea are adjacent to each other. We're very far away from the East Sea. Even if we attack, it shouldn't be us. We can let that guy do it. Gong Ziyu laughed coldly. The lofty fellow he was referring to was naturally Mose Tianzuan. Postnatal heavenly demons and innate heavenly demons fought each other openly and in secret. Gong Ziyu couldn't wait for Mose Tianzuan to make a move. It would be best if both sides suffered heavy losses, and he could reap the benefits. Mose Tianzuan is very cunning. I'm afraid he won't make a move, said another celestial demon. No, he won't. Not long ago, I sensed a change in the aura of the other 9 demons painting. It should have changed owners. I'm guessing that Mose Tianzuan's 9 demons painting has been stolen by Lin Feng using some unknown method. Those innate heavenly demons are so arrogant. How could they allow their treasures to be stolen? That's even worse than killing them. That's why Mose Tianzuan will definitely make a move. Let's just wait patiently. Gong Ziyu said, Brilliant, young master. The group of celestial demons bowed to Gong Ziyu. Lin Feng and the Kingdom of Desire had gained a lot of glory after killing vast domains Demon Venerate and almost annihilating his demon slave army. Countless cultivators came to join them. At this time, Lin Feng chose to go into seclusion. He sat cross-legged in front of the 4 vicious cauldrons with heavenly fire burning. Lin Feng was currently refining the remnant soul of vast domains demon Venerate trapped in the cauldrons. After refining the remnant soul, Lin Feng could devour vast domains demon Venerate's essence. He wanted to use it to increase his cultivation. Brat, let me out. How dare you trap the great celestial demon? How dare you trap the great vast domains demon Venerate? You're courting death. Vast domains demon Venerate kept struggling and roaring furiously, said Lin Feng icily. Vast worlds demon Zun, this isn't the ancient era. It's not the era where you dominated the 10,000 worlds. Your era is over. In this era, there are many strong cultivators, but it has nothing to do with you. Your destiny is to be refined by me and help me become stronger, said Lin Feng icily. If you dare refine me, I'll make sure you die without a burial place. Vast domains demon Venerate continued to roar. Lin Feng said indifferently, a mere prisoner dares to say that you'll make sure I die without a burial place? How ridiculous. I don't want to listen to your nonsense now. As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Feng used a soundproof restriction to cover the 4 vicious cauldrons. No matter how much vast domains demon Venerate roared, Lin Feng could no longer hear his voice. Lin Feng was focused on refining the remnant soul of vast domains demon Venerate. The demon Lord said, Brat, don't forget the agreement between you and me. Lin Feng raised his eyelids and said, Of course I won't forget our agreement. First, I'll kill vast domains demon venerate. Soon, Mose Tianzuan will definitely come to attack me. At that time, we'll join hands to kill Mose Tianzuan. The demon lord sat on the lonely grave and didn't say anything else. Instead, he looked into the distance, lost in thought. No one knew what he was thinking. The refinement lasted for 10 days and 10 nights. Vast Domain's demon venerate's remnant soul was finally refined by Lin Feng. Now, only Vast Domain's demon venerate's source energy was left in the 4 vicious cauldrons. Devour. Lin Feng opened the cauldrons and directly devoured Vast Domain's demon venerate's source energy. The current Lin Feng was at the 7th layer of the life and death realm. His realm wasn't that high, but Lin Feng's true fighting strength was abnormally terrifying. He had long reached the peak of the rebirth realm. If he wore the death god's armor, even a demigod cultivator wouldn't be a match for Lin Feng. Now, the majestic divine source had been refined by Lin Feng. Lin Feng's cultivation, it began to climb steadily. It didn't take long for his realm to rise from the 7th layer of the life and death realm to the 8th layer of the life and death realm. However, the increase in realm was clearly far from over. After cultivating for a period of time, Lin Feng rose from the 8th layer of the life and death realm to the 9th layer of the life and death realm. In the end, Lin Feng's realm stopped at the 10th layer of the life and death realm. What a pity! Most of the divine source was devoured by the mysterious corpse, and I only obtained a small portion of it. I can't continue to break through. Lin Feng couldn't help but slightly raise his brows. However, being able to break through 3 realms and reach the 10th layer of the life and death realm made Lin Feng very happy. With a slight movement of his body, Lin Feng felt the power in his body surging like a tsunami. It seemed like he could shatter heaven and earth with a flick of his finger. Chapter 1360. After Lin Feng came out of seclusion, he found that the country of desire was even more lively now. More and more people came to join the country of desire. Among them, there were even some experts from the ancient factions. Some of the ancient factions' original territories were invaded by the heavenly demons, and their sects were almost destroyed. Only a small number of people escaped. These people also needed to find a new faction to protect themselves. Lin Feng naturally welcomed these experts from the ancient factions. Lin Feng even saw people from the Longevity Hall. As the leader of the righteous path in the 72 northern states, the Longevity Hall led the cultivators of the 72 northern states to fight against the demon slave army led by Mose Tianzuan. But in the end, they failed. Dozens of elders died in battle, and only a small number of people escaped. The current palace master of the Longevity Hall was called Qin Diyun. He was a direct descendant of the Longevity Emperor. He was also Ouyang Shiyu's uncle. Lin Feng and Ouyang Shiyu already knew each other in the Thunder Blade secret territory. They had once gone to find the eternal divine abode together. Ouyang Shiyu even invited Lin Feng to join the Longevity Hall to cultivate. Join the ancient factions to cultivate. This was something that countless people dreamed of. However, Lin Feng had too many secrets. He was worried that joining the ancient factions would expose his secrets, so he declined Ouyang Shiyu's invitation. Lin Feng saw Ouyang Shiyu again. She was as beautiful as ever, but now she looked much more haggard. On the day of the Longevity Hall's destruction, Ouyang Shiyu's parents died tragically in that battle. If her uncle Qin Diyun had not rescued her, she would have died long ago. Those who are still alive should live better than before. Only then can their loved ones rest in peace. Lin Feng looked at Ouyang Shiyu and said aloud. Ouyang Shiyu tried hard to smile and said, "Yes, I should be optimistic and happy." Only then can my parents rest in peace and not worry about me. However, after saying this, her tears flowed down uncontrollably. Seeing her parents brutally killed by the demon slave army in front of her eyes was a huge blow to Ouyang Shiyu. You can cry out loud. When you're done crying, let's live well. Lin Feng hesitated for a moment. He wanted to reach out and pat Ouyang Shiyu's shoulder to comfort her, but he felt that it was inappropriate. After all, this era was still relatively conservative. Between men and women, unless they were intimate lovers, there was very little physical contact. Ouyang Shiyu took the initiative to throw herself into Lin Feng's arms and burst into tears. In front of her uncle, she had always been very strong, but when facing Lin Feng, Ouyang Shiyu felt that all her strength had instantly crumbled. Looking at Ouyang Shiyu, who was crying her heart out, Lin Feng also felt his heart ache. Lin Feng had always felt that the most precious feeling in this world was not the love between a man and a woman. Instead, it was kinship. The kinship between parents and children surpassed all other feelings. Love will fade one day. People who love each other may even part ways one day. But kinship would never change. Parents would give all their love to their children without any reservation. They would not ask for anything in return. Many times, parents were even willing to die for their children. This was kinship. Blood was thicker than water. So Lin Feng understood Ouyang Shiyu's pain. If he personally saw his parents die in front of him, Lin Feng believed that he would also collapse and go crazy. It would be difficult to accept. After crying for an hour, her eyes were red and swollen. Ouyang Shiyu's crying gradually stopped. Lin Feng's clothes were soaked by Ouyang Shiyu's tears. She raised her head. Her face was red. Clearly, she felt a little embarrassed now that she had finished crying. My uncle wants to see you. He said that he'll come to visit you in the afternoon. After saying that, she ran away as if she was escaping. In the afternoon, Lin Feng met with Ouyang Shiyu's uncle, Chen Di-yun. Chen Di-yun was extremely important to Lin Feng. He had the imperial weapon, the longevity bell. To Lin Feng, he was a great help. 9 demons painting, longevity bell, 2 imperial weapons. If Mose Tianzuan really came to attack with 2 imperial weapons, the pressure against Mose Tianzuan would be reduced by a lot. Lin Feng knew that there was no way to recruit someone like Chen Di-yun. He was different from ordinary ancient cultivators. This was because he had a supreme treasure like an imperial weapon. In the future, he could definitely make a comeback. So Lin Feng and Chen Di-yun talked about cooperation the most. After sending Chen Di-yun off, Lin Feng said, "We have 2 imperial weapons now, but Mose Tianzuan is an innate sky demon. He also has the Sky Demon Clan's sacred item, the Magic Lotus. If we want to deal with Mose Tianzuan, it will be as difficult as ascending to the heavens." The demon lord nodded and said, "It will not be easy to deal with this person. The innate Sky Demon Clan has some unimaginable methods. Previously, we used the mysterious corpse in the magnetic fog lake to kill vast domain's demon sovereign. Now, Mose Tianzuan will definitely be on guard. In addition, he was injured by the mysterious corpse in the magnetic fog lake, so it is not realistic to use the corpse in the magnetic fog lake or even the corpse in the ancient ship to kill him. I think he won't fall for it and won't go to the magnetic fog lake," Lin Feng said. "He only needs to stay in the nation of desire and attack it. Then you will have to obediently come back. This Mose Tianzuan is much more cunning and cautious than vast domain's demon sovereign." The demon lord said. Lin Feng said, "I thought of a helper." The demon lord looked up and said, "You mean the rock troll imprisoned in the land of death?" Back then, Lin Feng had made an agreement with the rock troll, saying that he would save it in the future when his cultivation increased. However, The rock troll was not honest and told Lin Feng about the purple earth core flame. In reality, it was sending Lin Feng to his death because the rock troll and the purple earth core flame's flame spirit were allies. At that time, the purple earth core fire's spirit hadn't died yet. He wanted the spirit to steal Lin Feng's body. However, the rock troll did not expect Lin Feng to kill the purple earth core flame's flame spirit and successfully refine the purple earth core flame. The rock troll has been trapped for 100,000 years. It is also in the deity realm. If it helps, the chances of killing Mose Tianzuan will be greatly increased. Lin Feng said. The demon lord said, the rock troll is a despicable person. Back then, he agreed to cooperate with you and even made an oath, but didn't he still scheme against you? If you let him out, the first one to die will probably be you. Lin Feng said, this rock troll is indeed evil. It is cruel and bloodthirsty, sinister and cunning, and it cannot be trusted. If I let him out, he will definitely try to eat me. However, if we work together, I might be able to convert him and make him my slave. So what if he is cruel, bloodthirsty, and cunning? He will still be bound by me. Chapter 1361. In the eternal darkness of the abyss, it was as if time had stopped. In the darkness, a powerful aura was faintly discernible. It was an ancient creature that was chained up by 4 chains. It had fallen into a deep slumber. Tap, tap, tap. Soft, almost inaudible footsteps could be heard coming from the distance. In the darkness, a pair of cold eyes suddenly opened. Who dares to trespass into the rock devil's slumber? Are you tired of living? A deep voice sounded, filled with boundless killing intent. The entire abyss seemed to have turned into a netherworld in an instant. It's been 10 years, but your temper is still as irritable as before. Lin Feng stood in the darkness and looked at the rock devil indifferently. It's you. Finally, the rock devil saw who it was, and its eyes shone with a dazzling light. It recalled Lin Feng. 10 years ago, he had been dragged into the abyss by the rock devil. It had originally wanted to devour this human brat. However, this brat had a strange stone stained with a sage emperor's blood that could devour life, which had scared it away. Later, it had used the purple earth core fire's information to reach an agreement with him. The brat had said that he would save it when his cultivation increased. At that time, it had wanted to scheme against him. Who would have thought that this brat would actually kill the purple earth core fire's fire spirit? Moreover, this brat had seen through its scheme. However, he had already sworn an oath to save it. So what if he knew that it had plotted against him? Thinking of this, the rock devil couldn't help but feel proud. Fortunately, it had been alert enough to make this brat swear an oath to save it. Only then did it tell him the purple earth core fire's location. Although it hadn't been able to kill this brat, it was fortunate that he had already sworn an oath, and oaths were difficult to break. As for the purple earth core fire's fire spirit, that idiot couldn't even deal with a human brat. How could such trash be qualified to continue being its ally? It deserved to die. Now that Lin Feng had arrived, the rock devil couldn't help but feel excited. It said, "Are you here to fulfill your promise? Are you here to save me?" Lin Feng smiled. "That's right. I'm here to save you. Soon, you'll regain your freedom." "Ha ha ha. That's great. I'm finally going to recover." The rock troll laughed excitedly. Lin Feng replied, "I'm going to break through the 4 chains that have pierced through your body. I'll need some time." The rock troll was naturally suspicious of Lin Feng. It could not help but doubt Lin Feng's ability. It said, "These 4 chains are forged from extreme yang forbidden magic iron. Countless runes are engraved on them. Can you really break them?" Lin Feng said, The real power of the 4 chains lies in the complex runes on them. As long as you can destroy the runes, the power of the 4 chains will be greatly reduced. At that time, you should be able to use a divine artifact to cut the 4 chains. But the most difficult part is deciphering those talismans. The rock troll said with a frown. After pausing for a moment, the rock troll continued, "These talismans contain a mysterious power. To tell you the truth, I have some morals when it comes to talismans, but even I can't decipher them. Just because you can't doesn't mean that I can't either. Let me see what's so special about these talismans." Lin Feng walked towards the rock troll. He did not seem to be worried about the rock troll's attack at all. When the rock troll saw Lin Feng swagger over, it couldn't help but mutter to itself, "When had this kid become so bold?" The rock troll sneered inwardly, "If you can decipher them, I'll eat you. You're the immemorial dragonesque elephant's descendant. The immemorial dragonesque elephant's treasure must be on you. If I eat you, the treasure will belong to me. If I can't decipher them, I'll eat you to vent my anger. Then I'll find someone else to help me decipher the 4 chains." The rock troll sneered inwardly. It already regarded Lin Feng as a meal on its plate. It didn't care if Lin Feng could successfully rescue it or not. The rock troll was already planning to attack Lin Feng. Lin Feng had always known that the rock troll was treacherous and cunning, and that it wasn't trustworthy. Besides, they were ready to attack him anytime, anywhere, but Lin Feng still looked calm and indifferent. If he joined forces with the Demon Lord, Lin Feng believed that they would have no problem dealing with the rock troll. Lin Feng squatted in front of the 4 chains and observed the talismans on them. He was shocked. These were the talismans of the Celestial Master Path. The rock troll had been sealed by the ancestor of the Celestial Master Path. The previous generation of Celestial Masters had appeared in the immemorial era. The rock troll had been sealed for 100,000 years, which meant that it wasn't the Celestial Master who had sealed it. Lin Feng guessed that the Celestial Master Path was like him, someone who had obtained the inheritance but had not become a Celestial Master Path's descendant. "Kid, how is it? Can you deal with it?" the rock troll asked as it looked at Lin Feng sinisterly. Lin Feng calmly asked, "Who was the one who sealed you back then?" "It was a damned bastard. If I see him, I'll definitely tear him to pieces," the rock troll said viciously. Evidently, it didn't want to reveal too much about that person, so it didn't mention his name or origin. It looked at Lin Feng and urged, "Kid, can you decipher the talismans? Hurry up and tell me." Lin Feng replied, "It shouldn't be a problem. Give me a few days." "Haha, that's great. As long as you can help me regain my freedom, I'll properly repay you," the rock troll said meaningfully. "Then I'm really looking forward to seeing what treasures you'll use to repay me." Lin Feng replied with a smile, yet not a smile. Lin Feng then began deciphering the talismans on the chains. In truth, it wasn't very difficult for Lin Feng to decipher the Celestial Master Sect's talismans, but it was very strenuous for him to deceive the rock troll. It took him 2 days to decipher the first chain's talisman. Lin Feng then took out the Black Dragon sword and slashed 729 times before finally severing the first chain. "I'm really going to be free. Ha ha ha." The rock troll shouted excitedly. Lin Feng then proceeded to decipher the second chain. It took him a day and a half to decipher the second chain, a day to decipher the third, and half a day to decipher the fourth. Not bad, kid. Practice makes perfect. You're getting faster and faster at deciphering the talismans. The rock troll looked at Lin Feng sinisterly. Lin Feng smiled and said, "Fortunately, I didn't disappoint you. I've helped you decipher 4 talismans. You'll be free soon." He then took out the Black Dragon sword and slashed at the fourth chain. He then slashed 729 times in a row. Lin Feng also severed the fourth chain. Ha! It's been 100,000 years. I've finally regained my freedom. The rock troll shouted excitedly. Suddenly, without any warning, the rock troll's huge claws slapped towards Lin Feng. It laughed sinisterly. Kid, in order to repay you, I've decided to slap you to death, and then eat you. Boom. The rock troll's attack was extremely terrifying. It felt like a mountain was crashing down towards Lin Feng. Chapter 1362. Ha 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 ha, rock troll, did you think I wasn't on guard against you? I already knew that you were a despicable and shameless guy, so I saw your every move. If you want to scheme against me, it's impossible in this lifetime. When the rock troll attacked Lin Feng suddenly laughed. The rock troll sneered. Kid, with your little cultivation, what can you do even if you're on guard against me? Could it be that you think you can contend against me? You're really overestimating yourself. The rock troll's attack was about to hit Lin Feng's body. Suddenly, Lin Feng's body moved horizontally to the left. The rock troll's attack fell on empty air. Lin Feng used the heaven patching technique to borrow another opportunity from the heavens. He successfully dodged the rock troll's attack. Rock troll, do you really think you can defeat me? Then you're gravely mistaken. Do you think I've been earnestly helping you break the restrictions on the 4 chains these past few days? Let me tell you, in the past few days, when I was breaking the restrictions on the chains, I set up some new restrictions. Now, it seems that these new restrictions are going to work. Lin Feng roared. He waved his right hand, and the 4 chains on the rock troll's body seemed to come to life. There were hooks at the end of the 4 chains that pierced the rock troll's shoulder blades and locked the power in its body. Although the 4 chains were cut, the rock troll didn't have time to remove the 4 chains that pierced its body. Therefore, this was an opportunity that Lin Feng could take advantage of. In the past, the person who suppressed the rock troll was a powerhouse of the Heavenly Master's branch. Lin Feng could easily break the formations on the chains or set up new formations on the chains. When he was breaking the formations, he set up several formations on the 4 chains. There were winding formations, connecting formations, and so on. Under Lin Feng's control, the 4 chains wrapped around the rock troll's body. Then the 4 chains were connected together, and the runes were perfectly connected. It wasn't easy to break the 4 chains. Kid, you dare to scheme against me? The rock troll roared angrily. He finally understood why Lin Feng cut the 4 chains for him. If he didn't cut the 4 chains, the other end of the 4 chains would be connected to the mountain. Naturally, it wouldn't be able to bind him like now. The rock troll could only feel the chains wrapping around his body was constantly tightening. His legs and arms were completely unable to move, let alone attack Lin Feng. Scheme against you? You were the one who attacked me first. Since you're heartless, don't blame me for being unjust. Lin Feng sneered. Ant-like thing, do you think that by binding my body, you can suppress me? That's simply daydreaming. Whoosh! The rock troll opened his mouth. A ball of energy was spat out by the rock troll. That ball of energy immediately condensed into a giant energy demon. The giant energy demon's aura was monstrous and extremely terrifying. The rock troll sneered and said, Kid, this giant energy demon is formed by my innate essence. Ordinary god realm cultivators are no match for it. Let's see how you'll die later. Roar. As soon as the rock troll finished speaking, the giant energy demon roared and rushed toward Lin Feng. The rock troll's methods were indeed powerful. However, Lin Feng was well prepared. He shouted, Demon Lord, if you don't attack now, when will you? Whoosh! With a flash of light, the Demon Lord flew out of the demon orb. At the same time, the 9 demons painting also flew out. The demon lord activated the 9 demons painting and rushed toward the giant energy demon. The runes on the 9 demons painting curled around it, and it emitted an astonishing wave of destructive power. The demon lord's strength had now recovered to the god realm. Therefore, he could release a trace of the emperor's aura of the 9 demons painting. Under the demon lord's control, the 9 demons painting directly collided with the giant energy demon. Bang! This attack slammed into the body of the energy troll, and it instantly exploded. Emperor's weapon and a terrifying soul. You've been scheming against me for a long time. Kid, do you really think I don't have any other means to deal with you? If you think so, then you're gravely mistaken. The rock troll roared angrily. Suddenly, his eyes turned ash-white. Stone eyes sword-slashed the sky. The rock troll roared, and then 2 rays of light shot out from his eyes. These 2 rays of light turned into 2 stone swords. One stone sword slashed toward Lin Feng, while the other slashed toward the demon lord. The power of the stone sword was too terrifying, and it made Lin Feng's hair stand on end. When the stone sword slashed out, Lin Feng even felt that the aura emitted by the stone sword was even more terrifying than the demon lord controlling the 9 demons painting. This rock troll was too powerful. His hands and legs were completely restricted, and he couldn't move. But he still had so many powerful methods, and even his eyes could shoot out such a terrifying attack. Lin Feng felt his hair stand on end, and his face turned pale. The demon lord couldn't help but sneer. Rock troll, you underestimate this demon lord too much. One split into 2, boundless heaven and earth yin-yang great technique. As the demon lord's voice fell, the demon lord actually split into 2. Obviously, one was the real body, and the other was the demon lord's imitation. The real body slapped the stone sword that was slashing toward Lin Feng. The clone that was simulated was controlling the 9 demons painting to fight against the other stone sword. What really shocked Lin Feng was that the imitation had 70% of the demon lord's strength. It was too heaven-defying. Clang! The 2 sides collided, and the demon lord's real body broke one of the stone swords. As for the demon lord's incarnation, he controlled the 9 demons' picture to destroy the other stone sword. Then, the 2 demon lords merged into one. The 9 demons painting directly attacked the rock troll. Bang! The imperial weapon ruthlessly slammed into the rock troll's body, and it was immediately sent flying. However, the rock troll's body was too tough, and it didn't suffer any serious injuries. Clear soul subduing technique. Yao Jun attacked again. This time, he unleashed a powerful magic technique. This magic technique was specifically used to suppress the souls of cultivators. The demon lord shouted at Lin Feng, "This rock troll is too powerful. I'm afraid I won't be able to suppress it for long. While I'm suppressing its soul, quickly convert it." "Okay." Lin Feng nodded. At the same time, the demon lord's clear soul subduing technique had already entered the rock troll's mind, suppressing its soul. "Suppress my soul. Break for me." The rock troll roared angrily. This guy was indeed terrifying. Even the demon lord's clear soul subduing technique couldn't completely suppress the rock troll's soul. Lin Feng didn't dare hesitate, and hurriedly used the great purification technique. He slapped the rock troll's head 36 times in a row. The power of purification continuously poured into the rock troll's mind, forcibly merging with its soul. The rock troll's originally ferocious expression gradually became calm. Chapter 1363. The source of all evil in the world comes from the heart. If one's heart is good, one can see the light of the heavens. Thank you, Master, for guiding me to the correct path of cultivation. Suddenly, the rock demon clasped his hands together, his expression pious. His originally sinister and bloodthirsty eyes had now become calm and peaceful. "Ha ha ha ha, I'm very pleased to see that you're wholeheartedly doing good. Follow me in the future, cultivate well, and do good deeds. You'll definitely reach the great Tao in the future." Lin Feng laughed loudly. He was in a very good mood. He had converted a god. This made Lin Feng very excited. "Yes, I'll definitely listen to Master's teachings in the future." The rock demon said, "Do you know how to transform? If you transform into a human, you won't cause too much of a commotion." Lin Feng said, "I know a little." The rock troll nodded and cast the shape-shifting technique. Immediately, it turned into a 3-meter-tall, bronze-skinned, burly man. "All right, we should go back," Lin Feng said. The demon lord returned to the demon orb. As usual, he sat on the grave, motionless, as if he had turned into a statue. No one knew what he was thinking. Lin Feng brought the rock demon back to the corrupt nation. As soon as they returned, Madame Qi, the Bat King, and the others came to visit Lin Feng. "Master, according to our spies, Mosei Tianzuan is already gathering an army. I'm afraid he's going to attack the corrupt nation," Madame Qi said. Lin Feng nodded. This was something he had expected. The Bat King said, "Master, more and more experts are joining the corrupt nation. I've selected another 100,000 cultivators to join the Raging Flame Corps. However, I haven't appointed a general yet, so I'd like to ask Master to appoint a new one." Lin Feng said, "You can discuss the appointment of a general with the 4 vice commanders." "Yes, sir." The Bat King replied. At that moment, Lin Feng looked at Madame Qi and said, "Gather the 9 pirate kings. I want to see them." "When will Master meet the 9 pirate kings?" Madame Qi asked. "Let's do it tonight. I'll hold a banquet for the 9 pirate kings." Lin Feng said, "Yes, this servant will go and prepare." Madame Qi replied, and immediately went to give the order. Lin Feng had a few meetings with the 9 great pirate lords, but to be honest, his relationship with the 9 great pirate lords was not deep. Between the 2 parties, it was a union of interests. Of course, Lin Feng knew that it was useless to talk about friendship with the 9 pirate kings. The 9 pirate kings only valued benefits. Therefore, Lin Feng catered to his preferences. Today, he planned to invite the 9 pirate kings to discuss how to deal with Mosei Tianzuan. Lin Feng's main goal was to borrow their pirate ship. The 9 pirate kingships were ancient ships passed down from before the immemorial era. They were exceptionally horrifying. If they wanted to borrow their pirate kingship to deal with Mosei Tianzuan, they needed to negotiate. As long as there were enough benefits, the 9 pirate kings could talk about anything. In the back garden of the Yellow Nation Imperial Palace, Lin Feng strolled alone. In his mind, he could not help but think of a way to deal with Mosei Tianzuan. As an innate heavenly demon, Mosei Tianzuan had been born. He had condensed a physical body, and his cultivation had reached the true deity realm. Now, the entire 72 prefectures in the north were under his control. Mosei Tianzuan did not know how many living beings he had devoured. His cultivation had probably risen to an unimaginable level. A heavenly demon's ability to continuously devour flesh and soul to increase his cultivation was indeed terrifying. Therefore, dealing with Mosei Tianzuan would be extremely difficult. Lin Feng's initial plan was to use the imperial weapons, the 9 demons painting, the longevity bell, and the 9 pirate kingships. In addition, he would set up layers of immemorial killing formations. In addition, the Demon Lord, and the Rock Demon. However, Lin Feng still felt a little uneasy. He felt that even if all these powers were added together, they might not even be a match for Mosei Tianzuan. Originally, he wanted to chat with the Demon Lord, but Lin Feng found that the demon lord had fallen silent. He guessed that the demon lord should be adjusting his condition at this moment. The great battle was approaching. The demon lord also had to adjust his condition to the extreme. This is the strongest power I can use at this stage. Lin Feng slightly frowned. It seems that you are worried about Mose Tianzuan. A faint voice could be heard. Lin Feng looked over. He saw an enchanting and beautiful woman. She was like a fox spirit. Her every move was filled with astonishing charm. Feng Yaorao, the holy maiden of the nine-tailed fox clan, the only daughter of the pirate king, Feng Xintian. Of course, her relationship with Lin Feng was also extremely ambiguous. Lin Feng was extremely happy to see Feng Yaorao. Every time he saw her, Lin Feng was stunned. Every time he saw her, Lin Feng couldn't help but think of the first time he saw Feng Yaorao. In the blink of an eye, 10 years had passed. It was as if a lifetime had passed. For cultivators with long lifespans, 10 years was just the blink of an eye. However, in these 10 years, too many things had happened to Lin Feng. Lin Feng smiled at Feng Yaorao and said, "I won't be worried about such a small matter." Feng Yaorao couldn't help but pout and said, "If Mose Tianzuan's matter is a small matter, then what is a big matter? Haven't you heard that I'm going to invite your father to a banquet tonight?" Lin Feng looked at Feng Yaorao with a smile that wasn't a smile. Feng Yaorao said, "Of course I've heard. Didn't you invite the other 8 pirate kings as well? You must have something to discuss with my father and the other 8 pirate kings, right?" Lin Feng smiled and said, "Of course I have something to discuss, and it's an extremely important matter." Feng Yaorao couldn't help but look at Lin Feng curiously and asked, "What is it? Is it even more important than Mose Tianzuan?" "Of course, it's about our marriage. I said that I would ask your father for your hand in marriage. I've invited 9 pirate kings, and the other 8 pirate kings will be the witnesses. Your father will betroth you to me," Lin Feng said with a smile that wasn't a smile. Feng Yaorao's pretty face immediately turned pink, and she lightly snorted. "If you dare to speak nonsense in front of my father, do you believe that I won't cut off the root of your sin?" After saying that, Feng Yaorao's seductive eyes looked towards the area between Lin Feng's legs. Lin Feng put his arm around Feng Yaorao's slim waist and said, "I don't believe that you're willing to do that. If you do, you'll be a widow for the rest of your life. Hurry up and let go of me, you stinking pervert. Others will see us." Feng Yaorao's face turned red after being hugged by Lin Feng, and she gently struggled. Woo-woo. However, in the next moment, her eyes widened. Lin Feng domineeringly sucked on her tender and alluring red lips, causing Feng Yaorao to be dazzled for a moment. She didn't know what to do, and her mind went blank. She wanted to push Lin Feng away, but she couldn't bear to. Slowly, Feng Yaorao lost herself and began to cooperate with Lin Feng. Chapter 1364. In the palace of the Kingdom of Desire, beautiful dancers were dancing, and pleasant music was playing. Lin Feng was here to receive the 9 pirate kings. The relationship between the 9 pirate kings was very subtle. For example, the enmity between Rogers and Barbossa. Rogers had been the captain of the pirate kingship of death, and Barbossa had been his assistant. However, Barbossa had betrayed Rogers and stolen the pirate kingship of death. Rogers, on the other hand, had found the pirate kingship of hell. Nowadays, Rogers and Barbossa often fought openly and covertly. Of course, no matter how the 9 pirate kings fought, when their interests were aligned, they would unite. During the banquet, everyone toasted each other. With Madame Chi, who was smooth and slick, there was no awkward silence. After 3 rounds of drinking, Lin Feng dismissed everyone else. Only he, Madame Chi, and the 9 pirate kings were left in the hall. You are all smart people, and I'm sure you already know what I invited you to discuss. This isn't the first time we've worked together, so if you have any requests, feel free to raise them. Lin Feng said. Barbossa laughed strangely and said, Taoist Lin, it's not that we have any requests, but rather can you give them to us? If what you give us can't move us, we won't take the risk to deal with Mosei Tianzuan with you. He's an innate celestial demon, and if we can't kill him, we'll form a grudge and cause endless trouble in the future. The other pirate kings nodded, obviously agreeing with Barbossa's words. Lin Feng said, You pirate kings are always at sea. Many times you might have some conflicts with your subordinates. Sometimes they might even betray you. I have a divine ability that can make your subordinates forever loyal to you, and they won't be able to betray you. Rogers's eyes lit up. I've heard that you've cultivated the great purification technique. That's a powerful divine ability. After you purify them, you won't have to worry about them betraying you. Isn't that right, Barbossa? Barbossa said gloomily, It seems that Captain Rogers is still holding a grudge over what happened that year. Back then, it was the crew that reached an agreement, not me who wanted to seize the ship of death. Captain Rogers, you should reflect on your actions and why you were betrayed by your own people. There's no need to talk about the enmity between the two of you. What we're talking about now is cooperation, said Lin Feng. Lin Feng knocked on the table and said, Rogers and Barbossa looked at each other coldly and stopped quarreling. Ha 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 ha. We're very interested in the great purification technique that fellow Taoist Lin mentioned. Barbossa said with a smile, Madam, you chuckled, and said, Pirates are quite ferocious, and many of them need to be restrained. This great purification technique is quite useful to us. Everyone, I'm not talking about the great purification technique, but the great enslavement technique. The great enslavement technique can enslave all living beings, and they will be controlled by you. Lin Feng said. King Arthur narrowed his eyes and said, It seems that fellow Taoist Lin has grasped quite a few divine abilities. Whether it's the great purification technique or the great enslavement technique, they aren't enough for us to take the risk. King Arthur was obviously trying to extort them. Lin Feng knew that pirates were greedy. Thus, he had already made preparations. He said, apart from the great enslavement technique, each of you will also receive 1,000 9 revolutions soul return pills, 1,000 10,000-year-old spiritual herbs, 1 billion top-grade spirit stones, 500 Tao artifacts of various types, 2 demigod artifacts, 300 primordial divine abilities, and 10 primordial divine abilities. Everyone, what do you think of the rewards? The Empress smiled and said, The rewards are quite good, but if you want me to take action, you'll have to give me something else. Lin Feng couldn't help but glare at the Empress. No matter what, they had worked together against enemies before, so we could be considered old friends, right? He had already taken out so many treasures, yet she still wanted something else. That was too much. Just you wait, Empress. Sooner or later, I'll get you on my bed. When that time comes, I'll make sure you beg for mercy. Although some evil thoughts appeared in his mind, Lin Feng wouldn't say them out loud. He smiled at the Empress and asked, What does the Empress want? Mosei Tianzuan's origin energy. The Empress smiled. This woman was indeed too beautiful. Her every move, frown, and smile was enough to charm all living things. That's right. We want a share of the divine origin. The rest of the pirate kings also chimed in. All right, then it's decided. I wish us a happy cooperation. I'll drink this cup of wine first. Lin Feng raised his cup and drank it in one gulp. The 9 pirate kings also raised their wine cups and drank the wine in them. After reaching an agreement with the 9 pirate kings, Lin Feng began to set up a killing formation. Mosei Tianzuan made Lin Feng feel an unprecedented sense of danger. Thus, he didn't dare to be careless. Once the battle began, it would be a battle of life and death. And in life, only once. To Lin Feng, this battle could only be won and not lost. If he failed, in the country of desire, there were his women, friends, teachers, and many loyal subordinates, and so on. They would definitely die tragically. Lin Feng spent 10 days and hundreds of thousands of precious materials to finally set up the killing formation. And the atmosphere in the country of desire gradually became heavy. Everyone could feel the omen of a storm. But this time, the cultivators of the country of desire were much more confident. After all, the vast domain demon, venerable that had come to invade, had been killed. If they could kill 2 deity realm sky demons in a row, then the strength of the country of desire would definitely increase to an unimaginable level. Cultivators from all directions would come to join them. Moreover, the country of desire could also include the 72 northern prefectures that were originally controlled by Mosei Tianzuan into their own sphere of influence. At that time, with the Eastern Sea and the 72 northern prefectures as the center of the country of desire, it would be just around the corner. Even in the sky martial continent, such a force was enough to make any other force pale in comparison. Of course, the prerequisite for all of this was to be able to kill Mosei Tianzuan. Master, we're almost at the Eastern Sea. Endless demonic mist rolled and tumbled. Within the demonic fog was an army of 8 million demon slaves. It was vast and mighty. It crushed the heavens. 9 huge flood dragons pulled a divine chariot. Within the divine chariot sat a handsome to the point of being devilish. This man was Mosei Tianzuan. Swish, swish. Hearing the report, Mosei Tianzuan opened his eyes. 2 dazzling rays of light shot out from his eyes. His eyes were too deep, as if there were 2 ancient worlds floating in his eyes. Lin Feng, your time of death has come. Mosei Tianzuan let out a burst of sinister laughter. It was like the grim reaper from hell was laughing sinisterly. Chapter 1365. The sound of war drums reverberated throughout the world. The fiend slave army came crushing down from the sky. Asterisk roar. Asterisk a dragon's roar resounded through the sky as 9 huge flood dragons pulled the divine chariot and rushed over. In the country of desire, the army gathered. Now that the strength of the country of desire had increased greatly, the cultivator army had reached 10 million. The 2 armies faced off, their auras shaking the sky. If I knew that you would become a scourge, I would have killed you in the blue cloud sect. Mosei Tianzuan looked at Lin Feng indifferently, his eyes flashing with killing intent. Lin Feng sneered. Did you have the ability at that time? If it wasn't for Huangfu Qingtian's sneak attack on the 5 ancestors and release you, you would have been burned to death by my heavenly flame. Mosei Tianzuan said disdainfully, You're overestimating yourself. Your good days have come to an end. This day next year will be your death anniversary. As his voice fell, Empyrean demon, Saint lifted his right hand. Asterisk woo 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 woo. Asterisk all of a sudden, the 100-meter-tall giant demons blew their horns, signaling for them to attack. Kill! The sound shook the sky. The demonic slave army began to charge. Raise your battle swords and kill the demons. Lin Feng shouted, Kill! The cultivator army of the country of desire roared. Their aura was no weaker than the demonic slave army. They also rushed to the sky and attacked the demonic slave army. Kid, after killing you, the cultivator army will collapse. Mosei Tianzuan sneered. He jumped out, raised his right hand, and attacked Lin Feng. Boom! At this time, the rock giant in the country of desire rushed to the sky. its huge fist smashing towards Mose Tianzuan. Asterisk bang. Asterisk, this was accompanied by an earth-shattering sound. The rock giant and Mose Tianzuan exchanged blows. Mose Tianzuan's attack was indeed powerful. His punch had actually sent the rock golem flying several hundred meters. You really have a cultivator of the godly layer behind you, but it's far from enough. He's only at the nihility god layer, but I've already broken through to the godly flame layer. Mose Tianzuan sneered as he walked towards Lin Feng. When his eyes opened and closed, it was as if the world was about to collapse. Lin Feng was abnormally shocked. It had only been slightly more than a year since Mose Tianzuan came out of the devil fetus, and he had already broken through to the second major realm of the fifth heaven of the divine realm, the divine fire realm. This was too inconceivable. Boom! Mose Tianzuan attacked again, and the aura emitted from his body became even more terrifying. Roar! The rock troll's roars shook the heavens. Soon, his body transformed from a burly man into his true form. Mose Tianzuan's expression darkened slightly as he said, "You were originally a rock giant. As a member of the devil race, you're actually helping a human fight against me? Although I'm a devil, my heart is benevolent." The rock giant sneered and threw a punch at Mose Tianzuan. "Reckless fool, you dare betray the devil race? I'll tear you to pieces." Mose Tianzuan sneered. He directly attacked the rock giant. Bang, bang, bang. The two sides immediately collided. Mose Tianzuan was really too terrifying. If the rock giant's body hadn't been strong enough, it probably wouldn't have been able to block Mose Tianzuan's attack. Space-time teleportation formation. At that moment, Lin Feng finally activated the formation. Boom! A terrifying aura filled the air. Even the void started to distort slightly. The densely packed runes interweaved together to form a huge array. The formation floated in the air. It enveloped Lin Feng, the rock giant, and Mose Tianzuan. The formation activated, and the three of them instantly disappeared. In the next moment, the three of them arrived in a sea 50 kilometers away. Numerous islands were densely packed together. The battle in the Kingdom of Desire could still be seen from afar. This place would become the place where Lin Feng and Mose Tianzuan would fight to the death. "Kid, you really know how to find a place for yourself. This place has beautiful scenery. It's the most suitable place to bury you," Mose Tianzuan said coldly. Lin Feng's expression was indifferent. "Don't boast so early. The victor is still unknown." Next, Lin Feng's hands formed a series of seals. The surrounding islands began to move. Lin Feng used the densely packed islands as formation cores and hundreds of thousands of precious formation materials to set up 12 powerful killing formations. The main formation was the Supreme Demon Slaughtering Formation, passed down from the Celestial Master Path. Then there were the Immemorial Ancient God Formation, the Origin Binding Immortal Formation, the Thunder Tao Formation of 10,000 Tribulations, and 11 other ancient formations. These formations formed a large formation that completely sealed off the area. "How can a mere formation hurt me?" Mose Tianzuan's expression was full of disdain. Asterisk rumble, asterisk 9 pirate kingships flew over and guarded the 9 core formation cores. Ancient ships that have been passed down since the immemorial era are now being used as pirate ships. What a waste! You lowly pirates will soon die at my hands, and these 9 ancient ships of great origin will become my treasures. Mose Tianzuan laughed sinisterly. He clasped his hands behind his back, as if he wasn't worried about his situation at all. "Who else? Come out together," Mose Tianzuan said indifferently. In the distance, Chen Diyun and the 8 elders of the immortal temple rushed over with their imperial weapons, the immortal bell. So it's the remnants of the immortal temple. I let you escape last time, but this time you won't be able to escape. Mose Tianzuan glanced at Qin Diyun and the others disdainfully. We'll kill you, even if we have to die. The 8 elders of the immortal temple looked at Mose Tianzuan with hatred and killing intent. A bunch of ants who only know how to daydream. Mose Tianzuan was very arrogant. He didn't care about the elders of the immortal temple at all. Buzz, the 9 demons painting flew out and floated above Lin Feng. My 9 demons painting will come back to me very soon, said Lin Feng. Mose Tianzuan said coldly, Where's the magic lotus? I'm very interested. The demon lord stepped out of the demon orb and looked at Mose Tianzuan. A spiritual body. Mose Tianzuan was slightly surprised, but then he looked at him with disdain. Your spiritual body is strong enough, but you're not a member of the celestial demon clan, so you can't create a physical body. Your threat is limited. I'll devour you later, and then my spiritual strength will increase greatly. Perfect. I'll kill you and take the magic lotus from you. The demon lord said indifferently. Ha ha ha. Mose Tianzuan suddenly burst into laughter. Many people want to take the magic lotus from me. Who do you think you are? It seems like your people are all here. Today, I'll kill you all in one fell swoop. Boom. As soon as he finished speaking, Mose Tianzuan jumped up and charged towards Lin Feng. Mose Tianzuan could see that all the strong cultivators had joined forces because of Lin Feng. If he killed Lin Feng, the alliance would collapse. This alliance would crumble in an instant. At that time, they would be defeated one by one. Everyone would die in their own hands. When he thought about that, Mose Tianzuan couldn't wait to take Lin Feng's life. Chapter 1366. But how could Lin Feng let Mose Tianzuan kill him so easily? He had long been on guard against Mose Tianzuan. When Mose Tianzuan pounced toward him, Lin Feng had already activated the ultimate killing formation. Dense array patterns intertwined and suppressed Mose Tianzuan. Those array patterns condensed all kinds of attacks. Lightning, storms, hailstones, a sea of swords, and so on. There were also mighty spirit gods, titan demons, giant dragons, vermilion birds, and so on. 12 ultimate killing formations unleashed their might together. The attack that was condensed was quite tyrannical and terrifying. Bang! Even Mose Tianzuan was sent flying by Lin Feng's 12 ultimate killing formations. Demon Slayer Seal. Suddenly, divine light intertwined in the void and condensed into a square seal. This was the seal condensed by the Supreme Demon Slayer formation, and its power was astonishing. It descended from the sky. It seemed to be able to destroy all resistance. Bang! This attack suppressed Mose Tianzuan's body. Suddenly, Mose Tianzuan's body could not move. Kill him together. Lin Feng shouted. He activated the 9 demons painting and attacked Mose Tianzuan. Dong, dong, dong. The longevity bell rang in all directions. Under the control of Qin Diyun and the 8 elders of the longevity hall, the longevity bell vibrated with a trace of emperor's might and swept toward Mose Tianzuan. Heavenly desolate god-shattering finger. The rock golem attacked. He pointed his finger at Mose Tianzuan. A huge energy finger condensed in the void. It seemed to be able to shatter heaven and earth with a light tap. The power of the energy finger was incomparably powerful. This was one of the rock golem's ultimate techniques. In the past, the rock golem had used this ultimate technique to kill a real god. Reverse the galaxy. The demon lord attacked with a monstrous aura. The galaxy condensed in the boundless starry sky. The demon lord reversed the Milky Way and collapsed the 8 desolations. The entire galaxy smashed towards Mose Tianzuan. Then came the 9 pirate kings. King Arthur activated his God's Punishment pirate kingship. Terrifying God's Punishment power surged out and blasted towards Mose Tianzuan. On the other hand, Rogers activated his Hell pirate kingship. The Hell pirate kingship shuddered in the void, and a phantom of the 18 levels of Hell was formed, pressing down on heavenly venerate Devil Saint. Barbossa activated the pirate kingship of death, and the majestic power of death gushed out, turning into a river of death that swept towards Mose Tianzuan. Madame Yu's evil dragon pirate kingship condensed the image of an evil dragon bearing its fangs and brandishing its claws. Dragon might spread for 100,000 miles. They rushed towards Mose Tianzuan. The Sea Demon King's 10,000 demon pirate kingship condensed billions of sea demon phantoms. Those sea demons seemed to have charged out of the legendary ultimate. The ultimate, it was the final destination of the creatures of the sea after they died. Now, the creatures of the ultimate had formed an army and rushed out of the ultimate to conquer the world. Howling Tianfeng activated the Storm Pirate Kingship, forming a powerful storm that swept across the world, wanting to devour Mose Tianzuan. Fengshen Sky's Demon God Pirate Kingship condensed the Demon God Phantom. The Demon God Phantom looked up to the sky and roared as if it could shatter the stars in outer space. The Demon God Phantom charged towards Mose Tianzuan. Dragon Eye activated the power of the Sky Dragon Pirate Kingship. The Lord of the West Sea Sky Dragon Pirate Kingship condensed a Sky Dragon. Together with Madame Yu's Evil Dragon Pirate Kingship, they charged towards Mose Tianzuan from left and right. The Empress activated the Pirate Kingship of the Gods and condensed the Phantom of the Gods. Billions of gods rushed towards Mose Tianzuan, wanting to slay him in the void. At this moment, everyone attacked at the same time. Everyone condensed their strongest attack and charged towards Mose Tianzuan. They hoped to kill Mose Tianzuan directly. This was a true apocalypse, and the sun and moon lost their light. 2 emperor weapons, 12 ultimate killing formations, 9 ancient, mysterious, and terrifying pirate kingships, 2 godly state cultivators. With so many attacks being launched at the same time, even a god would have no choice but to die. Good, good, good. Boy, you've really calculated well. You've gathered so many powerhouses and treasures to kill me, but this is far from enough. Today, I'll let you know the terror of the heavenly demon's sacred item, the magic lotus. Mose Tianzuan laughed sinisterly. Boom. Then the magic lotus flew out of his body. Endless demonic power spread across the world. The magic lotus took root in the void, immortal for billions of years. Now that the magic lotus was summoned, it emitted a wave of energy that made one's soul tremble. It made Lin Feng's hair stand on end. The magic lotus blooms, one flower, one world. Mose Tianzuan roared. The demonic lotuses floating in the void opened up one by one. Every time a petal opened, a world would be condensed, and those worlds were constantly devouring the attacks condensed by Lin Feng and the others. No matter how powerful the attacks were, they would be instantly devoured by the worlds condensed by the magic lotus. After seeing this scene, everyone's expression changed drastically. This was too strange. This made everyone's expression become extremely heavy. Even the attacks condensed by Lin Feng's 12 great formations were devoured by the worlds condensed by the magic lotus. Mose Tianzuan broke free. The magic lotus floated above him. He laughed proudly. You bunch of filthy and lowly creatures. Now you know how big the gap is between me and you. I wield the magic lotus, immortal and indestructible. One leaf, one Bodhi, one flower, one world, reversing billions of worlds and shattering the stars. This move of mine is called giving you a taste of your own medicine. Mose Tianzuan's voice faded. The worlds condensed by the magic lotus were all opened. As for those worlds, all sorts of attacks flew out from them. Those attacks were all the attacks launched by Lin Feng and the others before. After the worlds condensed by the magic lotus devoured their attacks, they did not dissolve those attacks. Instead, they turned those attacks into their own. Then, they were released to attack Lin Feng and the others. This attack was simply too sudden. It made Lin Feng and the others' expressions change. Everyone hurriedly used various methods to resist. Bang! Lin Feng was swept away by the 9 demons' painting's attack. He wore the death god's armor and blocked the attack, but he was also shaken to the point where he vomited blood. The rock golem and the demon lord hastily attacked, but they were also sent flying. Chen Di Yun and the others used the longevity bell to resist, but it was too late. 5 of the 8 elders by Chen Di Yun's side had been killed. After the 9 pirate kings' ships suffered the attack of giving them a taste of their own medicine, they shook violently, and a powerful shock wave spread out. Bang! 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 Many of the crew members on the 9 pirate kings' ships exploded into a bloody mist, dying tragically on the spot. Flowers bloom and wilt. Worlds wither. I'll bury all of you in the world where the demonic lotus blooms. Mose Tianzuan sneered. The magic lotus condensed many worlds, enveloping Lin Feng and the others. Fight it out with him. Lin Feng roared, controlling his imperial armament to attack the magic lotus. The 9 pirate kings' ships charged forward, crushing the void as they collided with the magic lotus. The longevity bell shook the heavens and the earth as it rushed forward. The rock golem and the demon lord's divine power overflowed. They attacked Mose Tianzuan, wanting to cut off Mose Tianzuan's connection with the magic lotus. But it was useless. The magic lotus world descended, and everyone was shocked to find that their bodies were no longer under their control. They were about to be swallowed by the world, condensed by the magic lotus. Once they were swallowed by the world, condensed by the magic lotus, they would be defeated one by one and die without a burial place. Chapter 1367. The world of the magic lotus was extremely dangerous for Lin Feng and the others. If it weren't for the magic lotus, Lin Feng and the others might have already joined forces to kill Mose Tianzuan. Even if they couldn't kill him, they would have severely injured him. However, the magic lotus suppressed Lin Feng and the others. Now, Lin Feng and the others were in a terrible situation. Be devoured. Wait for death to come in endless fear. Mose Tianzuan laughed loudly. His laughter was indescribably arrogant and proud. Perhaps in Mose Tianzuan's eyes, Lin Feng and the others were definitely going to die. The situation was extremely dangerous. At that moment, the void trembled slightly. Following that, a cultivator stepped forward. 9 words mantra, weapon controlling art. After the cultivator appeared, he used a powerful divine ability. Divine light intertwined in his palm. A series of shocking ripples burst out from it. The dazzling light intertwined and shook the void. An invisible force hit the magic lotus. The magic lotus seemed to be out of Mose Tianzuan's control and began to shake violently. The illusory world that the magic lotus had condensed before was about to devour Lin Feng and the others. Now it began to collapse. It's the peak lord. Lin Feng cried out in alarm. The person who attacked was the peak lord of the heaven-mending peak, Yu Batian. When Lin Feng broke out of the Blue Cloud sect, Yu Batian stayed behind. Lin Feng didn't know whether he had successfully broken out or not. He had sent people to inquire about Yu Batian. However, they hadn't found any clues. Lin Feng had been sad because of this, because he thought that Yu Butian had died in the Battle of the Blue Cloud sect. To Lin Feng, Yu Butian was a teacher and an elder. Although they were not master and disciple in name, they had a master-disciple relationship. At the beginning of his cultivation, Yu Butian had repeatedly reminded Lin Feng to establish his own Dao. Establishing one's own Dao was simply too important for a cultivator. Later on, whenever Lin Feng encountered something he did not understand in his cultivation, he would often ask Butian for advice. Lin Feng was very happy to see that Ji Butian was still alive. Lin Feng had always felt that Ji Butian was extraordinary. He was afraid that he was hiding a great secret. Now, it seemed that his guess was right. He didn't know what method Ji Butian had used to suppress the magic lotus. This was simply inconceivable. The demon lord exclaimed, "It's the legendary 9 words mantra." Lin Feng's expression suddenly changed. Although he had never seen the 9 words mantra, he had heard of it. The mantra of 9 words, also known as the Liujia secret prayer, was known as the 9 words of profound meaning in the esoteric sect. It was composed of 9 words: Lin, Bingdo, Sha, Lin, Bingdo, Sha, all in formation. The 5th paragraph of the Biopoesianer chapter volume 17, entering a famous mountain with 60 years of experience, with 5 colors, each 5 inches, hanging on a large rock, you will obtain what you seek. There is another saying, when you enter the mountain, you should know the secrets of the top 6. Shu said, Lin, Bingdo, Sha, Lin, Bingdo, Sha, advance in formation. The 9 mortal words are often used as a secret blessing, and there is nothing that cannot be broken. This was what they meant when they said that the path was not troublesome. The mantra of 9 symbolic words was a secret technique of Taoism. Taoism itself was a legend, mysterious and unfathomable. The Sky Martial Continent also had Taoism, but Taoism did not appear in the world. True Taoists were as rare as phoenix feathers and Qilin horns. In all these years, Lin Feng had only seen limitless Taoists. However, the immeasurable Taoist was not an orthodox Taoist. He was the mountain-moving Taoist and was not recognized by orthodox Taoists. That was because the mountain-moving Taoist was actually a grave robber. He just gave himself a flashy name. True Taoism, on the other hand, was filled with religious colors. To cultivators, it was extremely mysterious. Among the many secret techniques passed down in Taoism, the 9 words mantra could be considered as the top secret technique. Right now, Yu Butian was using the army mantra of the 9 words mantra. The army mantra had endless uses. Now, Yu Butian was using the army mantra to condense the weapon control art. He wanted to forcefully seize control of the magic lotus. This was the 9 words mantra of Taoism. It could be said to be extremely tyrannical. Taoism's 9 words mantra: you want to seize the magic lotus from me? You're courting death. Mose Tianzuan obviously recognized the sacred art that Yu Butian was using and could not help but roar out. He raised his right hand and punched towards Yu Butian. What are you waiting for? Attack together and kill Mose Tianzuan. Lin Feng roared and activated the 9 devils painting to attack Mose Tianzuan. Kill! The rock troll and the demon lord all attacked. Chen Diyun and the 3 elders also attacked, activating the emperor weapon, the longevity bell, to attack Mose Tianzuan. Immediately after, the 9 pirate king ships all rushed towards Mose Tianzuan. Each pirate king ship condensed a powerful attack and blasted towards Mose Tianzuan. Asterisk bang. Asterisk under the siege of everyone, Mose Tianzuan's attack towards Yu Butian was instantly neutralized. The magic lotus is difficult to seize. Kill him quickly, Yubution said in a deep voice. The 9 words mantra was amazing. However, it was really too difficult to seize the magic lotus from Mosei Tianzuan. It was already extremely difficult for Yubution to suppress the magic lotus. Lin Feng and the others naturally knew that now was the best opportunity to kill Mosei Tianzuan. If they waited until Mosei Tianzuan regained control of the magic lotus, at that time, they would be in danger. Therefore, everyone unleashed their strongest attacks. Bang, 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 bang. One attack after another bombarded Mosei Tianzuan's body, without the protection of the magic lotus. Even though Mosei Tianzuan had broken through to the divine fire realm, he also felt as if he had been struck by lightning. Mosei Tianzuan's body had suffered great injuries, and half of his body had exploded. Lin Feng and the others were invigorated and continued to attack, wanting to kill Mosei Tianzuan in one go. Mosei Tianzuan roared angrily, "You all deserve to die. You all deserve to die. I'm going to kill you all." Mosei Tianzuan was an extremely arrogant person. From the beginning to the end, he had not taken Lin Feng and the others seriously. Therefore, after being injured by Lin Feng and the others, the anger in his heart was almost uncontrollable. In Mosei Tianzuan's eyes, this was to him. It was simply a great humiliation. Sky, demon, body, release. Technique. Mosei Tianzuan's angry roar shook the sky. He used the ultimate divine ability of the Sky Demon clan. This Sky Demon disintegration technique was not just a simple secret escape technique. Once this divine ability was used, it could raise one's cultivation to an unprecedented level in a short period of time by burning one's origin energy. The more origin energy was burned, the more one's cultivation would increase. Bang! After the Sky Demon disintegration technique was used, Mosei Tianzuan's body completely exploded. His body had turned into a ball of origin energy, and Mosei Tianzuan's soul was hidden in the origin energy. This was the terrifying part of the Sky Demon clan. Even if their physical body was destroyed, they could still reform it. Therefore, using the Sky Demon disintegration technique did not cause them much harm. If it was any other race that used the Sky Demon disintegration technique, their physical body would explode. Even if they used this divine ability to escape or kill their opponent because their physical body was destroyed, they would have to take over someone's body in the future. Once they took over someone else's body, whether or not they could succeed was another matter. Even if they succeeded, after all, it was not their own body. The soul and the body would inevitably reject each other, and their cultivation speed would probably be greatly reduced. It would even be difficult to increase their cultivation. But these side effects obviously had no effect on the Sky Demon. Boom, boom, boom. Lin Feng and the others' attacks bombarded Mosei Tianzuan's origin energy. At this time, Mosei Tianzuan's origin energy burned fiercely. Lin Feng and the others' attacks were all swallowed up by Mosei Tianzuan's burning origin energy. They could not cause any harm to Mosei Tianzuan at all. Swish! Beams of light shot out from Mosei Tianzuan's origin energy. Puff! Those beams of light were too terrifying. The rock golem's chest was penetrated, and its body flew out. The demon lord's soul almost exploded after being hit. Chun Diyun and the 3 elders used their emperor weapons to resist. Half of Chun Diyun's body exploded, and the other 3 elders died. Tragically, the 9 pirate kingships were concentrated, and waves of destructive power shook into the pirate kingships. Bang, bang, bang. The bodies of the pirates exploded into a bloody mist. The 9 pirate kings also suffered unprecedented injuries. Their bodies cracked, and they vomited large mouthfuls of blood. Lin Feng was also hit by a beam of light, and he was sent flying. Although he was wearing the death god armor, Lin Feng's bones were shattered. Demon swallows the heavens. Die, all of you. Mosei Tianzuan was too terrifying. After injuring everyone, the black mist rolled, and the black mist moved towards Lin Feng and the others. It's over. Everyone's face was pale. Boom. At this time, purple gas spread out for 3,000 miles in the sky. An old scholar stepped on the void and came over. Chapter 1368. There was a rumor that the mighty Taoist Laozi left Jiayu Pass in the west, and his purple aura spread for 3,000 miles. Purple aura. It was the righteous aura. Some scholars cultivated the righteous aura through studying. That was why many scholars were demons and could not get close to them. If they became great scholars, they would be even more powerful. Once they appeared, the purple aura would spread for 3,000 miles. Now, the old scholar Ning Xiaozai was walking over with purple aura. It was really shocking and moving. How is this possible? When Lin Feng saw Ning Xiaozai walking over amidst the purple aura, his face was full of disbelief. He naturally remembered Ning Xiaozai. Not long after he joined the Blue Cloud sect, he met Ning Xiaozai when he went to the ancient barbarian mining area. Now, in his storage ring, he even had the book Tales of the Gods and Ghosts, written by Ning Xiaozai over 50 years. The scholar stayed in a mountain temple and met a female ghost, putting on a good show about the unfinished love between man and ghost. Prime Minister Liemo studied for 60 years and was imbued with the righteous aura, repelling billions of demons. While searching for treasures in the mountains, he accidentally entered a cave and fell asleep. However, when he woke up, 1,000 years had passed in the outside world. The woodcutter met an injured white snake and saved her life. The white snake cultivated her Tao and lived 3 lives and 3 lives. She searched for the woodcutter's reincarnation and finally found him. In order to repay his kindness, she married him. However, after a short period of happiness, tragedy befell her. The stories were interesting and thought-provoking. Lin Feng remembered that Ning Xiaozai was just an ordinary old man. He didn't have any cultivation. But now, Ning Xiaozai had transformed into a powerful cultivator. Lin Feng was dumbfounded. He did not know what happened to cause such a shocking change in Ning Xiaozai. However, Lin Feng knew that something unbelievable must have happened. Or else, how did Ning Xiaozai become such a powerful figure? The righteous aura turned into a long river and descended from the sky. The endless demonic aura was dispelled. The righteous aura was the nemesis of demons. Even the divine powers of Buddhism could not compare to the righteous aura of Confucianism in terms of restraining demons. Bang! The river of righteousness slammed into Mosei Tianzuan's source and blasted it away. As a result, Lin Feng and the others managed to escape from Mosei Tianzuan's devouring path of Confucianism. Righteous energy. Mosei Tianzuan roared furiously. How can there still be a great Confucian on Tianwu continent? Now, Mosei Tianzuan's voice finally had a trace of fear. This was the first time Mosei Tianzuan had such emotions. Before this, he had always been high and mighty and full of confidence. One can only be called a great scholar if one writes books and forms a new kind of academic thinking. Lin Feng thought of the definition of a great scholar. Then, this divine ghost talk. Lin Feng was shocked. This was a book that Ning Xiaozai had spent most of his life writing. However, Lin Feng had always treated divine ghost talk as a ghost biography. Only now did he realize that he had completely underestimated divine ghost talk written by Ning Xiaozai. At this moment, Lin Feng suddenly thought of the stories recorded in divine ghost talk. Now that he thought about it carefully, there were many stories. Indeed, there were some profound meanings contained within them. Among them, the analysis of human nature was even more penetrating. Kindness, righteousness, passion, greed, cowardice, greed, lust, treachery, cunning, and so on. There were many different kinds of human nature, and they all had profound interpretations. Some stories also had profound descriptions and contrasts of current affairs, politics, the country, the people of the world, human relations, and so on. Lin Feng had never thought about these things carefully before. Now that he thought about it carefully, he realized that it was different. There were a lot of life principles in the talk of gods and ghosts. Perhaps the thoughts about the family, the country, and the people were the so-called academic thoughts. Righteous energy suppresses rivers and mountains. Ning Xiaocai's voice was like thunder. A long roar shook the 9 heavens. The great righteous energy swept through heaven and earth. Like an ancient mountain range, it fell from the sky and suppressed Mosei Tianzuan's origin. Bang! This attack landed on Mosei Tianzuan's origin, and Mosei Tianzuan's origin began to crack. Everything in this world reinforced and countered each other. Mosei Tianzuan self-destructed his physical body and used the heavenly demon disintegration technique. His cultivation level rose rapidly in a short period of time. Lin Feng and the others were suppressed to the point that they did not even have the strength to fight back. However, because he did not have a physical body, when he encountered his nemesis, the great righteous energy, he could not organize an effective defense. The physical body was the first line of defense against the invasion of any kind of power. If the physical body was strong, it would be easier to resist. For example, if someone was weak and the weather turned cold, he would immediately catch a cold. Some people, on the other hand, were strong and strong. Even if they wore thin clothes in the dead of winter, they would not feel cold and would not fall ill from the cold. Resisting the invasion of the cold and the great righteous energy was the same principle. Now that Mosei Tianzuan did not even have a physical body, it was too difficult to resist the great righteous energy. Let's go. Mosei Tianzuan's face darkened. He wanted to escape. Stop him! Lin Feng shouted. Everyone attacked together, cooperating with Ning Xiaocai to attack Mosei Tianzuan's origin. Mosei Tianzuan's origin was attacked from both sides. Bang! 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 Under the combined attacks of Ning Xiaocai, Lin Feng, and the others, Mosei Tianzuan's origin continued to explode. His 3 spiritual and 7 physical souls also began to collapse and be destroyed. No, why is this happening? I, Mosei Tianzuan, am a heavenly demon. I will become the heavenly demon emperor in the future. How can I die here? Mosei Tianzuan could not accept what was happening and could not help but roar. Old senior, you really came at the right time. If you came any later, we would all have died at the hands of this demon. Lin Feng looked at Ning Xiaocai excitedly. Ning Xiaocai smiled and said, I have been here all this time. I just hid and did not make a move. I was waiting for a rare opportunity. When I saw Mosei Tianzuan destroy his own body to use the heavenly demon disintegration technique, I knew that my chance had come. Lin Feng smiled wryly. You're really patient, said Lin Feng. Under the relentless attacks of everyone, the aura of heavenly sovereign demon saint's source and soul grew weaker and weaker. Lin Feng and the others could finally breathe a sigh of relief. Mosei Tianzuan had fallen. It was only a matter of time. At this time, Mosei Tianzuan looked at Lin Feng with a venomous gaze and roared, Lin Feng, you little bastard, it's all your fault. These people are closely related to you. If it wasn't for you, how could they have gathered together to attack me? If it wasn't for you, how could I have fallen into your trap? Everything is because of you. Even if I die, I will drag you down with me. Boom. As soon as Mose Tianzuan finished speaking, his origin and soul began to burn fiercely, turning into pure energy that surged into the magic lotus. The magic lotus instantly broke free from Ji Buqian's suppression and flew towards Lin Feng. Damn! Seeing the magic lotus flying towards him, Lin Feng's expression changed. Without thinking, he turned and ran. "Stop the magic lotus! Quick!" Ning Xiaocai shouted in a deep voice. Everyone tried to stop the magic lotus, but the magic lotus emitted a terrifying destructive force that shattered the void. Time and space flowed in reverse, swallowing all the attacks. The void continued to collapse, and the collapsing void swallowed Lin Feng. "I can't live anymore. I will bury myself in the depths of the shattered void, and before I die, I will drag you down with me. On the road to the Yellow Springs, with you by my side, I won't be lonely." Ha 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 ha! Mose Tianzuan's maniacal laughter came from the magic lotus. In the next moment, Lin Feng was swallowed by the collapsing void. The magic lotus also disappeared into the collapsing void. Then, the collapsing void closed, and Lin Feng and the magic lotus disappeared from the Tianwu continent without a trace. Chapter 1369. Endless Darkness. Raging storms. This was the world in the depths of the shattered void. This was a world of destruction, and the terrifying storms were enough to destroy everything. Mose Tianzuan, who was inside the magic lotus, seemed to have used up all of his source energy and soul and became motionless. The magic lotus, on the other hand, was swept into the depths of the storm. "Mose Tianzuan, fuck you. Even after you die, you still want to screw me over." Lin Feng was extremely depressed, being swallowed by the collapsed void, and now that he had left the Sky Martial continent, in the endless darkness and storms, he was destined to die. But now, even the Demon Lord was unable to return to the demon orb, and Lin Feng had no understanding of the shattered void. This was enough to make people despair. He felt as if his body was about to be completely torn apart by the storm. Lin Feng used his immortal body to heal his injured body, and at the same time, he took out the hurricane orb. The hurricane orb emitted a shocking amount of energy that enveloped Lin Feng. Suddenly, the storm formed by the space-time reversal could no longer harm Lin Feng. "Fortunately, I have the hurricane orb, a treasure that can resist the space-time storm. Otherwise, I would have died today." Lin Feng finally let out a sigh of relief. He saw the magic lotus, which was swept into the depths of the storm. Lin Feng quickly chased after it. He was a man of his word, and since he promised the Demon Lord that he would help the Demon Lord obtain the magic lotus, he would do his best. Lin Feng held the hurricane orb in his hand and traveled through the storm, chasing after the magic lotus. But his speed was severely hindered. Although the space-time storm did not harm him because of the hurricane orb, it still affected his speed. He did not know how long he chased after it. Lin Feng felt exhausted. This caused his heart to become incomparably heavy. In the dark and cold world of the void, he could not hold on for too long. Magic power could be recovered by swallowing emerald leaf stones, but stamina was hard to recover because stamina recovery required rest. Or, rather, he needed sleep. Sleep was the best way to recover one's strength. When one's physical strength was completely exhausted, it would be the time of disaster. As for Lin Feng, he could feel the danger he was facing at this very moment. His physical strength had reached a critical point. He was so exhausted that he could barely keep his eyes open. This was a moment of life and death. Lin Feng fiercely bit his lips, trying to stay awake. He persisted for a period of time. However, exhaustion swept over him, and he was finally unable to persevere for long. It was only when Lin Feng heard a deep voice that his spirit was slightly shaken. "This is an exiled world, an abandoned world. The glory of the sage emperors of the past is here, and the sorrow of being exiled, but now This place has become a forgotten land, banished world, an abandoned world. Where is this voice coming from? Lin Feng struggled to open his eyes. Finally, he saw a faint light in the depths of the dark and cold void. It seemed to be the coordinates of a parallel world. In any world, there were many coordinates. Once one entered the coordinates, one would be able to enter those worlds. Is this a world with life? Lin Feng gritted his teeth, gathered the last of his strength, and charged toward the source of light in the darkness. A storm swept over, trying to sweep him away. I want to live. Lin Feng gritted his teeth, and a burst of potential erupted from his body. As this burst of potential erupted, a powerful force involuntarily surged out of his body. This force supported Lin Feng through the storm and into the only source of light in the darkness. Following that, Lin Feng completely lost consciousness, and his body fell to the ground. There was no sun in this world. It was misty, and there was a gloomy and cold aura. At night, it was so dark that one couldn't even see one's fingers in front of one's face. Some residents hid in caves in the mountains, and they spent the cold night in fear. Umber beasts appeared at night. These umber beasts were about 3 meters long and 2 meters tall. They looked like wolves, but they didn't have any fur. Instead, their bodies were covered in dense scales. Umber beasts were the most common beasts in the banished world. They were ferocious and had a trace of intelligence, so they were very terrifying and were the best predators. At night, no one came out of the banished world because it was too dangerous. Going out at this time was simply suicide. More than 10 umber beasts were running wildly in the forest. Suddenly, they seemed to have smelled the scent of prey. They let out low growls and charged into the distance. Finally, in a forest, the umber beasts saw a human lying on the ground. Cold and bloodthirsty auras radiated from the umber beast's eyes as they all pounced on the human. Crack, crack. Suddenly, the ground cracked open. A huge creature, about 20 meters long, drilled out of the ground. This creature had extremely thick hind limbs and relatively short forelimbs. Its neck was very long, and its head was huge. Its teeth were as sharp as swords, and its tail was thick and powerful. This was another terrifying creature in the banished world. It was also the most evil beast, and it was a serious threat to the residents of the banished world. This beast was called the skeletal lizard. The skeletal lizard directly attacked the umber beasts. 3 umber beasts were whipped to death by the skeletal lizard's thick tail, and 2 umber beasts were bitten to death by the skeletal lizard. The skeletal lizard was declaring to the umber beasts that the human not far away belonged to them. The remaining umber beasts let out low growls and quickly fled into the distance. After the skeletal lizard swallowed the corpses of 5 umber beasts, it walked step by step towards Lin Feng. Roar! The skeletal lizard let out a low growl and opened its bloody mouth, wanting to eat Lin Feng in one bite. At this time, Lin Feng opened his eyes. Seeing the skeletal lizard pouncing towards him, his expression changed. He wanted to use his divine ability to attack the skeletal lizard. However, Lin Feng was shocked to find that in this world, he could not use his magic power because he felt that there was a powerful law of heaven and earth suppressing his magic power. Whoosh! Fortunately, Lin Feng's reaction was fast enough. He quickly got up and retreated, dodging the skeletal lizard's attack. However, Lin Feng did not have time to breathe a sigh of relief. Suddenly, the skeletal lizard's thick tail whipped over and sent him flying. Because this world suppressed his magic power, Lin Feng could only use his physical body to fight the skeletal lizard. However, his current physical condition was not ideal. Moreover, the skeletal lizard's physical body was also very terrifying. Perhaps it was because this world suppressed his magic power. Therefore, The creatures in this world would use all kinds of methods to improve their physical bodies. Their physical bodies were much stronger than those in other worlds. Lin Feng got up from the ground and quickly ran away. If he could not win, he would run. A wise man does not fight when the odds are against him. Roar. The skeletal lizard roared angrily and chased after Lin Feng. The banished world in the darkness was full of danger. There were villages around. The villagers hiding in the caves heard the skeletal lizards roar and curled up in the caves. They were helpless and frightened, their bodies trembling.